There's like trolls have this magic ability to feed off the disgruntledness of others, and so when you allow them to disgruntle you, they grow larger and stronger. That's the mythology, right? So
It's
you just
amazing how many people let that happen around you, and you're like, I'm an expert, but it doesn't matter.
yeah, you got to
Oh, I have
starve
a
them.
solution for that. It's from the occult stuff I read. Maybe I should try it on
Mm.
Mr. Represent.
Oh, okay. So you want to go into the cult?
But
Represent. Tell us your number one proof or evidence why the Earth is a globe. And then
Well,
I'll
why don't you actually search, or you want me to give you a photo of a katana?
I said,
How
give me
about
your
that?
number one piece of evidence that the Earth is a spinning, orbiting, wobbling water ball in flat
I
surface.
don't need to answer you shit.
You said what?
So why
I don't
come
need
up
to
here
answer
then
you shit.
if you don't want to answer questions?
Have a good day, Represent. Thanks for joining.
Thank you.
I
Bye-bye.
said,
How
give me
about
your
that?
number one
Ain't
represent
piece
a
of
damn
evidence.
thing. Represent the gulag.
And
Anyway,
have you guys done any research into the propulsion techniques used by satellites to actually suspend themselves up in the atmosphere?
like what, like electrogravitic or something else?
Like balloon?
Kind of like electrostatic / ionic propulsion systems.
Ooh, I did hear about the ion. What you got for us?
Well, the Royal Society has published some papers regarding the electrohydrodynamic thrusters / ionic thrusters back in the 2000 teens. But the technology has actually existed since at least the 1950s, and the conceptualizations go all the way back to like 1913, I want to say. Some Russian guy conceptualized it in the 19 teens. But we know that they came out with them in the 1950s before Sputnik and before Voyager 1, I think it was, were sent up. The first satellites 3 months apart from Russia and America in 57, 58. But the concept is this, and there's a few different variations of the way they do it, but they all are kind of similar. So I'll just give you one variation that's like kind of the simpler to understand. You basically take two metal diodes and you space them apart a certain small distance, and you induct direct current into one of them at extremely high voltage. And what happens is, due to the immense electrical pressure exerted on it and the potential difference between the diodes, it will actually jump across the gap and create a corona arc across the spark gap. And then what you can do is, when you have this, this effect happening where you just got like an arc of electricity jumping across this gap from one diode to the other, you can take two conducting magnets and place them across the gap, or maybe an array of magnets, depending. And what you can do is you can use those magnets to actually pull out all the negative charges, so that the other diode on the other side that's receiving this corona arc is only collecting positive charges. Okay. So now you have this exposed diode that's outside of the insulated part of the system that's just collecting positive charges. Now, think about what's up above our heads. They tell us that you hit a certain altitude and you encounter the ionosphere, right? Regardless of what it actually is, what we do know is that we increase in charge density the higher that we go up in the air. And then eventually you'll reach the plasmasphere and so on and so forth. We believe that the altitudes they give us for the upper atmosphere are definitely stretched out really far. It's a lot closer and smaller, but that's beside the point. Up there are very, very dense layers of ionization that increase as you go up. There's also an ionic wind. You can look into that. There's an ionic wind which is created due to the magnetic flux of the Earth. They talk about the Van Allen radiation belts, right? The searing, radiation that's flying around the Earth. There's very, very powerful magnetic field lines, flux lines, that are just soaring at high intensities and high velocities the higher up you go. So if you place this ionosphere up in the atmosphere, if you place an object into it, well, the ions are positive charges as well. And just like with a magnet, when you put two similar ends of a magnet together, what happens? It gets repelled. So you take this diode with all these positive charges heavily concentrated and collected on it, and you place it in a positive field, it also repels. And you can balance it out and get the energy just right based on the equation so that you can actually counteract the effect of gravity and cause these things to stay suspended up in the sky. You can also put these diodes along all three axes, the X, Y, and Z axis, and you can use this to move yourself around as needed. Now, I have seen patents for different ones. Like there's one in particular for a lower altitude, like a 75 to 125,000 foot altitude version. And with these versions, they usually suspend balloons on them because what the balloon does is it offsets the effective weight to make them very, very light so that it does not take much of an impulse to move them. And they use the ionic thrusters at these altitudes to simply keep it in the desired orbit where they want it to stay. Because at that altitude, 75,000 feet, the ionization is not super thick. It's kind of hard to generate a ton of thrust. But as you go up higher, you read these papers by the Royal Society, they specifically state that they have successfully created thrusters that have an effective thrust density that is on par with that of conventional aircraft. And also, the energy efficiency is also on par with that of conventional aircraft, meaning that, however much thrust aircraft engines can generate relative to like their size and energy input, you can do the same thing up in the upper atmosphere with this type of technology. And so if you think about the way that they claim that satellites are supposed to be working, they tell you that they balance out the equations so that they take into account the mass and the velocity and the distance and all that, so that they put this satellite way up in orbit at the perfect distance away from the Earth, that it's in this dynamic gravitational equilibrium. So it's not too far away and it's not too close. It's just perfect so that it starts falling, free falling around the Earth in a perfect circle. And it's very sensitive. You can't disturb it. You got to get it just right. Which would be more difficult, pulling off a feat as grand and as ridiculous as that, which would require such immense precision and things that are so far away with such a small margin of error? Or does it seem more likely that we just have a motor, an engine that's got a thruster on it, can just propel it like we do everywhere else on Earth?
Can I ask you something?
So,
I'm kind of sensitive to energies and magnetics energies. Like for instance, I experienced it outside in the ether or in like um how do you call them? The scanners, the ones with magnets that they take at the doctor's office, okay?
X-ray,
No, the one with the magnet is not an X-ray.
MRI.
Yeah. So I could always see them. But one thing happens when I fly. It's the same thing that happens when I get an MRI. I get flashes of colors, of energy, actually, because that's what I see, and blackouts. I black out. So I actually think they use something else apart from conventional engines.
Yeah, it's not a conventional engine. It's not
So
using
I'm
thrust off the
sure
air.
even in normal aircraft they're using something like that. Definitely.
Oh, you mean the turbines? Okay.
No. I think they use some form of thrust that is not explained to us layman's. That's not on our specs, our flow, our plans, whatever they give us. They never give us everything.
Yeah, I got what you're saying. I mean, they've got these turbines, right? I mean, what you would effectively be saying is that you would think that those turbines are doing more than just pushing air off air, that there's like some type of
Yeah,
electromagnetic effect going on as well.
yeah, because you explained what these things would do and how it would work, and it clicks into my mind. But its effect on people like me would be the same as any large magnetic object, like an MRI, which is
Mhm.
what I felt on the plane. Not once, not twice, but 3 times I flew. That's how many times I flew, but all 3 times I felt something and saw something, just like in the MRI.
Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. That's
I have a
that's
topic that's
that's similar, and I just wanted to know if there any thought's been done to it. And it's from the few things that I've seen on the internet that is testable and provable. And one of them is we've all seen the thing with the magnets in the circle with the quantum locking, where it's you have an object that's really, really, really cold, and then you can like move this thing with hardly any resistance across these magnets, and they call it quantum locking. Are people familiar with that?
I got a clip
Yeah,
of it
I
on my
am.
page. I could throw it up in the jumbo or link it in the purple pill for
Sure.
listeners.
So in combination with that, I saw another thing, and I don't have the reference to it, but I saw another thing that where when things get really, really, really cold, like for our noble gases, that our noble gases will turn into what is a superfluid, right? So, and that's what I believe is in our sky. So it gets really, really cold up there. So could the electrostatics of our atmosphere and our toroid and all that in combination with some sort of quantum locking because it's so cold up there, could it be, could they have discovered the science enough to where they're using something like quantum locking to keep those things up there?
Yo, that's exactly what I said, Sasquatch. Like that's literally what I told Sacred, and that could literally be how the ISS is propelled. It could be multiple things up there, multiple different satellites being propelled by the same type of technology as quantum locking. Especially if they're already invoking space to be, or quote unquote, the medium out there to be a colder temperatures. Yo,
Right.
It's
that-
something you'll find interesting, Proud Flurf, is if you map the path of the ISS across the Earth, you can do it on the globe or you can do the azimuthal equidistant projection. On the azimuthal equidistant projection, it creates the classic spirograph pattern, which is, fits perfectly in conjunction with the toroidal field lines on the Earth. Same thing with the globe. It makes this giant like toroid or torus around the globe with like two little holes, a hole at the top on the North Pole and a hole at the bottom at the South Pole. But the ISS makes the same type of path that the planets do. These spirograph patterns that are drawn out by the planets. And so that's what I think is happening. I think that what they've done is they found a way to suspend themselves up in the upper atmosphere in these ionization fields, and then once they're suspended, they just ride with the flow. Just like if you're sitting in a river and the river goes downstream, you're going to go downstream with the river. They're doing the same thing, and they go up and down in altitude depending on how fast or slow they need to go or where they want to go. They've figured out how to do that, and they just simply suspend themselves and ride the ionic winds, as it were, around the Earth. Um, I think that everyone when they're early on in their journey learning about flat Earth and stuff, they hear about the Antarctic Treaty and then Operation Project Fishbowl and Operation Dominic right after that in the early '60s, where they launched nukes, quote unquote, up into the upper atmosphere and did all these nuclear explosions, and you can watch the footage of them. What I think was going on is once again, I don't believe the classic conception of nukes, but I do think they have the ability to disperse radioactive particles because they can create those in labs. I think that they were dispersing radiation up into the upper atmosphere because if you learn anything about nuclear isotopes, there are international databases where you can, in all the countries in the world that have like nuclear technology, like are signed up on these, they're required to put the specific signatures of the radioactive isotopes that they produce into these databases, so that like if there's ever any kind of a fissile material radioactive fallout that happens anywhere, it can actually be traced back to its origin based on its signature. Well, you go up into the upper atmosphere, you spread out, a bunch of radioactive particles up in these magnetic flux fields. Now these particles are getting carried all around the skies, all over the Earth. And if you just take your optics and you do your spectroscopy and take your various instrumentation and look at it, you can now 3D map the skies and see the shape that these fields take as they flow around us. And I think that they use that to develop their satellite technology to be able to know where they need to go up in the sky in order to fly around where they need to fly.
To be clear, I don't think there's any people up there in the ISIS. I think they've done too much fakery.
Me neither.
because if they could do it and they were really up there, then they wouldn't need to fake it.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think there's people in it. I don't think I don't actually think that the satellites up there, like this ionic propulsion technology, because of the density of the ionization up there, I don't think you're actually able to take people high enough to get to where they're saying that they're going with these satellites, simply using ionic propulsion, because like the ratios of the mass to the thrust and you know what's up there, I don't think would fit uh, like people being able to be on these crafts. I think the crafts are very light. They're made to be very light as possible, and then the thrusters do the rest. Um,
That is such an interesting theory because I've always thought about that Operation Fishbowl was always kind of sus because they say the theory of having to trying to break through a firmament to get to the waters above, not knowing if it would flood the earth. I mean, it seems like an irresponsible mission, you know. So I was never married to that. So it's always good to have keep an open mind that there might be other reasons for that operation. So that's pretty cool.
for sure, brother.
Also, don't underestimate the hubris of man. They could be trying it just to prove that it's not there because they're idiots. They would risk all our lives. Some of them would risk their mama's life to prove that they're right. They're called narcissistic sociopaths.
That's why I kind of believe in like a Newtonian fluid type dynamic medium for the firmament, if you will, because I don't know, like we've seen fluid liquids that have like resistance depending on the speed and maybe even the frequency that you try to penetrate it. So I wonder if they tried to play around with it different times, they sent different things to try to pierce through it, and they were not successful, but like they noticed like there's a way they have to try to pierce through it. And maybe they were trying to see which layers they could get to. But yeah.
So, Prof. Fleurs, this is kind of related to a fluid, and you just made me think of it. So, during the eclipse, you know, I saw the little half moon shadows and all the other things and all the other pictures. But one thing I wasn't expecting that I heard about before, but I didn't realize it until I saw it. I saw ripple waves on my driveway during the eclipse. So it's like but I couldn't catch it on my camera. My camera couldn't pick it up, but I saw, you know, it was like rippling during the full eclipse, like there was some
Similar
sort of
to the lunar wave.
like there's some sort of medium in the shadows that showed itself on my driveway.
Yeah, we got the clip of somebody pointing a telescope at the moon and seeing the like reset wave. Even when I go out with my telescope, sometimes I can see almost like a medium of the atmosphere. That's what I'm calling it, but between me and the moon, and it's like it looks a lot like water. Like I get it, the atmosphere is composed of water, but sometimes if you ever been to the bottom of a pool, I urge everybody this summer to go to the bottom of the pool and look at the sun. Like just look up from the bottom of the pool in the daytime, and you're gonna see like the same thing we're talking about when we look through at these observations. But during the eclipse is interesting. I'm gonna go look and see if anybody else caught that.
I mean, it was dark, but yet it was light enough to see that there was some sort of like the side the driveway looked almost fluid with something going across it, and it was something I had never seen before. But I had seen it before on the internet. Somebody said that happened, and that's the first time I seen it with my own eyes.
Yeah, it's easier if you have a like a tree in your driveway too. You could see the fringe patterns through the leaves, and looks really trippy when you see the waves that the eclipse makes on the pavement. It's pretty cool.
It was nothing but clouds over here when the eclipse came. They chemtrail heavy to I personally feel like they chemtrail heavy. I even have a picture of a chemtrail that was up for hours that day.
I've never seen so much planes in the sky in my life that day, bro. Oh my goodness.
They were trying to cover it up.
I mean, have you guys? I'm sure everyone's seen it. You all remember that Go Fast 2014 rocket launch, the amateur rocket launch that like everyone has probably seen it because it's odd how it just stops. So it seems to stop so abruptly. Y'all know? Does everyone know what I'm
Yeah,
talking about?
some people
Yeah.
hear like a difference in the medium.
Yeah, yeah. So I actually did a very basic kinematic analysis of that um, about a week ago. I'll see if I can find the math here and put some screenshots in the chat for it. But basically, they did another launch in 2004, I want to say, and then they did this one in 2015, which supposedly went about 1 mile higher and about 100 miles an hour faster. It was slightly faster than the old one, which had the previous record. They broke their own record, right? But the first one they released some idealized data for, but there was no video. And then this one they released a video, but there was no data. So we got to digging. We were looking at this, and we realized that this very first one in '04 or whatever, the time of flight from launch until apogee, the peak, was about 100. I want to say it was like 150 or 160 something seconds. Okay, which if you idealize the kinematic equation, that you'll get this perfect curve that peaks out there. And that's they provided two graphs. That's what the second graph was. And then the first graph was just the first like 15, 20 seconds because the burners are only on for the first 13 seconds. It thrusts for 13 seconds and then the thrusters kick off and it's just momentum carrying it passively upwards after that. Well, I was like, okay, so we have a baseline for what the first one apparently did. So I went and looked at the video footage because that's the truth, right? Like, I mean, the video footage is going to be way harder to fake than a spreadsheet on Excel. So, and analyze the video footage on the second one. Well, when you look at the second one, you've got like three different camera angles and you got multiple videos and they all correlate perfectly with each other that you can tell it's not like they didn't fake it or speed it up or slow it down or anything. It's just raw video. But the time of flight from the launch on the ground until the peak is about 58 seconds. Okay, it's about 100 seconds short of what it should be. And so I did the math on it and I found that there's this rocket neglecting air drag, which would actually make it have gone a little bit lower than this. It could not have possibly gone higher than 49 miles, and likely just ever so slightly lower than that due to the little bit of air drag it would have had. Well, it just so happens that 49 miles comes out to about 258,000 feet. And you shave a little off the top there, you get around 250,000 feet. So this rocket couldn't have gone any higher than 250,000 feet. And you don't even have to do a crazy analysis with any kind of complicated math to figure this out. You could actually give them like the craziest margin of error in the world and just use their purported top speed. They claim this thing went just shy of 3,600 miles an hour at its top speed for a brief moment, right? As it peaked out in its 15 seconds of thrust, there was a brief moment where it hit like 3580. Okay, so we'll say 36. If you guys take 3,600 miles an hour and you divide it by 60 minutes in 1 hour, you get a speed of 60 miles per minute. Okay, so in 1 minute, if this thing was traveling at its top speed the entire time, it would have gone 60 miles in 1 minute. Well, the whole flight from ground till peak was just under 1 minute, which means that if from the very instant this thing left the ground until the instant it got to the peak, it magically stopped and was going 3,600 miles an hour the whole time, it could not have gone higher than 60 miles. But did you know that they claim this thing went 73 miles high? They claim it went 73 miles high.
Interesting.
That's what I was going to say. I said something's not matching up.
Right, right. So that's why I even thought to do the analysis in the first place, because I was like 60 miles a minute, 1 minute, 60 miles, 73 miles doesn't match. How high did this thing really go? And in digging into this, we found even more interesting things. So we analyzed this flight, and then we analyzed another flight by a university that had 3 different onboard sensor sets on it, all of which stopped working. What we found is that there's a regulatory agency called COCOM, COCOM. You feel free to Google that. And they establish regulations on all kinds of different things, but they're also the ones who establish the regulations on GPS, which are handed down to them from the U.S. federal government. And the U.S. federal government has decided, as a matter of national security, okay, no joke, that no one is allowed to connect to the GPS network above a certain velocity or above a certain altitude. And that altitude is somewhere around 50 kilometers, so around 160,000 feet roughly. Once you get above 50 kilometers, your GPS system locks you out and desyncs from the network, and you can't get any readings from it until you fall below that altitude again. And then the other sensors on board, they had a barometric altimeter, which measures barometric pressure. But because it gets so thin, once you get so high, it doesn't really work past 100,000 feet. And then they also had accelerometers. But the accelerometers only work up to about 250,000 feet roughly. Once you hit 250,000 feet, the accelerometers no longer are able to detect a reading because they can't perceive any inertial forces on the accelerometer. So there's this common theme. We've got like one rocket launch, which we have video footage. We find out that there's no way it goes any higher than 250,000 feet, 258,000 feet. And right when it gets to that 250 or so thousand feet, it does this weird thing where it just abruptly stops instantly, right? Like it should have kept flying for another 100 seconds and it doesn't. It just, all that forward momentum it has just goes zoom, and gets canceled out and it stops and begins falling again in like what appears to be some type of weird microgravity, because it doesn't start plummeting to the earth at breakneck speeds. It just kind of starts gently drifting back down.
Let me ask if
So
you're implying that the superfluid is at 60 miles?
yeah, what I'm saying is that somewhere around 250,000 feet or so, I think something weird's going on, and we start to encounter some kind of weird microgravity effect, because that's the altitude at which accelerometers don't really work anymore. And that's also the altitude we see that this rocket got to, and once it did, it stopped abruptly, as if hitting some kind of weird superfluid, and then was in microgravity. And not that far below that, GPS systems lock us out. We're not allowed to use them. So yeah, it's really weird. Um, and that's a real thing, by the way. Like the U.S. government actually will not let you use GPS above 50 clicks. It's a matter of national security. They say they got to do that so that you can't go build an ICBM and nuke everybody.
Nah, it's not gonna work because it influx the top. Just gonna throw it off.
So basically once you ask, well, then how do they independently verify their altitude? That would be a question that it would lead you to ask, right? Like, how do we know how high something went if all of our sensors don't work? How are we measuring that? Well, good question. What it appears is happening is they just use the velocity data that they had and the acceleration data that they had up until the moment that the sensor stopped working. And then they just simulate the rest and build a curve on how it should operate based on the basic kinematic equations. So that's why when you get the altitudes that some of these rockets go to, they'll say, "Oh, we went to 338,000 feet plus or minus 16,000 feet." It's like, wait a second, plus or minus 3 miles? Like you're not you're you could be off by 3 miles. Like, how is that even close to accurate, right? Well, it's because like they're having to fill in the gap of what they actually don't have the data for. We don't actually know what happens above that altitude, but there's been other rocket launches too. Other people have analyzed, and they found that the time that it took to fall back down was like way too long. That they encountered as much as like 5 or 6 minutes of quote unquote microgravity during these descents. So something is not right, and I don't think that it's as high as a lot of people think. I think somewhere around that 50-mile mark or so, because the Kármán line, they say the Kármán line is 60 miles, right? 60 miles, 100
65.
kilometers. Yeah, 63 miles or whatever. That's the arbitrary line of what they call quote unquote outer space. Um, yeah, I don't know. But I think it might be just slightly below that. I think around 250,000 feet, maybe around 250,000 feet, around 50 miles, you encounter this like microgravity superfluid, and then you don't have to travel very far in it. Maybe another 10 miles, and maybe it hits another layer that's like super dense that you can't penetrate. I don't know. What I do know is
that
it's
makes sense.
weird though.
No, that makes sense completely. Because if you going fast enough to penetrate the first layer, you would still go through. But once you stop at the second layer, since you're already in a more denser how do I say this, more dense accumulation of the fluid, you would have the microgravity, which would just take like you're floating in water.
Yeah, and then if you look at the IS, and I'm not saying this is a true thing because this is probably more just a mathematical coincidence than anything, but who knows? Because they do like to throw stuff in your face. If you look at the altitude that they claim that the ISS is flying at, they say it's at around 250 miles. I was like, well, what if the 250 is not the number of miles? It's the number of like thousands of feet. Like it's not 250 miles, it's 250,000 feet, right? Like who knows? But that's more, you know, just guessing and, just
Well,
wondering about it.
there are some things that compare the size of a jet going across the moon and the size of the ISIS going across the moon, and that don't make sense, given that
Hmm.
the ISIS is supposed to be so much further away.
Yeah, I have seen those analyses as well, and you're right. Got to be a lot closer than 250 miles, or it wouldn't be perceivable to the size that it appears in your angular resolution of it. The
That's super fucking interesting, bro. I didn't know you knew all of this stuff.
just a nerd, man. Don't worry about
Level head,
What's
level
up?
Yeah,
head.
You rock
man.
with the nerds.
it.
Hold on, real quick. Let's go to church. I think church is waiting for a minute.
No, I'm just gonna say goodnight to you guys because it's late. So bye.
Oh, Chrissy,
Thanks, Chrissy.
Chrissy, I had one quick question.
Yeah, sure.
When you said whenever you're around certain kind of magnets, you see like energy. Have you ever
Yeah,
seen? I don't know if I asked you this before, but have you ever seen a color that's not in the rainbow spectrum that you
yeah,
know like you said yeah?
yeah.
I mean, have you ever tried to describe it or like your closest?
I even dreamt of God once. I tried describing him too. It's where words cease to have meaning.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
I can't
But
explain it to a person who hasn't experienced it, but I
yeah,
can how do you say approximate the colors that I see, but I see more colors than anyone, even with my normal eyes.
yeah, no, I feel that. I have the same like type of phenomena. I see this color that I can't explain in the spectrum. But
Mm,
could you like, is there a specific location that you see the color? I see it within the rainbow, but I was wondering if you see it like standalone or if you see it.
I see, yeah, I do see colors in the rainbow, more colors than people normally do. But I also see auras and stuff like that, and energies and balls and flashes. And I, I know how angels look. They look exactly like the stars you guys show. I've seen them in my room. I've seen them reacting, especially when I fast. But then I can't function as an architect, so I don't fast quite often. So yeah, I could discuss. We'll make a space on it once in a weekend, okay? And we'll discuss it, energies and
Yeah,
visual
definitely.
representations.
I gotta recharge, but for sure I'll tap in with you, Chrissy. Thanks for that.
Okay. Good night.
Good night.
Love you guys. See you soon.
I just need to know if
Get some sleeping food, yo.
I just need to know if the hosts sleep all day Friday before they open up this session. You guys are much respect.
To be honest with you, not even. Sometimes I'm making content for like space. Sometimes I'm like organizing, Twitter, looking for engagement. Sometimes we don't sleep on Fridays, or I don't sleep on Fridays. But it's really interesting, guys. Like even though we do this one space, sometimes we go 24 hours. It literally takes a week to prepare for this. Like from like Sunday might be our only rest away from Flat Earth. But Monday we're back on it. We're having meetings. We're talking about the sciences. We're talking about like what we should present to you guys, upcoming events, debates, conversations. Like this conversation never really stops, even if we're not here. But yeah, we do this for you guys, people on the fence, just in general, anyone who's interested in having this conversation like we are.
Or yeah, I actually discovered this topic when I was in the military, and it changed my outlook on a lot of things. Now it didn't change my whole worldview necessarily because I was already I was a Christian, and I already knew, a lot of other stuff. I didn't believe the moon landing. I knew stuff about like 9/11 and all that whole web of stuff, right? I knew, the history of the secular world from like the Babylonian Empire, the original one after Noah, his grandson Nimrod, or great grandson or whatever, all the way till today. I knew that stuff, but I didn't know about this. So this kind of adding this layer into it just kind of pieced everything together a lot. And it actually, I don't know, it has tied in very well with the stuff I've learned over the last 4 months, man, is probably more than I've learned in like a long time in terms of the sciences. It's almost like this framework, this paradigm, enabled me to intuitively understand so many things about science that I never had never really clicked as much for me. But when interpreting them in this paradigm and this framework, it was so weird. Like I didn't study any of it. I didn't spend time like reading papers and pouring through them to get it. I just kind of like would read through some brief summaries, and then it was just almost like this web of connections just formed in my head, and it was just like I understood it. It was super strange. Um, and now, I'm to the point to where I'm actually I'm doing my studies to work in the R&D field and some of the things that I worked with in the military, and I don't really want to talk about them on Spaces here, just because I want to stay as anonymous as possible. But uh, it's very interesting learning about these things here privately outside of a classroom setting, and being able to observe kind of the contrasts within formal education as compared to just using logic and reasoning and studying the experimentation behind it, because the two do not match up very often, it actually turns out, at least from what I can see so far.
Yo, if I was in the military, Pizzo, when I learned about flat Earth, I would have been trying to break into all them classified folders, trying to get all the secret docs that were hidden and man, listen. But I know I definitely feel where you're coming from. I didn't I say it all the time. I didn't go to college for this. I didn't learn about physics. I wasn't interested in that. That's not what my major was in at all. So just now being introduced to it and like actually taking a liking to it, yeah, it's shocking to me. And I'm like, even considering going back to school for some of the physics and the sciences. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like flat Earth, and even the people who hate the fact that we talk about this, they definitely should salute the fact that flat Earth put me on my journey to appreciating the sciences now more than I ever thought I would.
I
Yeah,
have a question.
absolutely.
I have a question for Shane. So, Shane, are you there?
And then we'll jump over to Chi and Kim.
No, I won't ask the question if he's not here listening. I know that he's a speaker, but it didn't look like his mic is on.
Mic check, mic check.
I'll save it for him.
Yeah, let's go to church, man, because church been waiting for a long time.
Sorry,
My
church.
bad. Let's go to church. Church been waiting for a long time.
How's everybody doing today? No, I
Good,
want to
good,
Good,
step.
man.
man.
Welcome to Stationary Saturday.
Thanks, brother. Thanks. I want to step back to basically when you guys were talking about the ISS. I truly believe that's one of the biggest psyops that we have is the ISS. Just like going to space and so on and so forth. Also, I truly believe that the moon is a reflection of the Earth, and that the Gleason map is one of the most accurate that we should be using. And it also shows that in actually like lots of photos, and the Gleason map itself, that the firmament is we are on the very edge of the firmament, and down in Antarctica, so they say, I call it the ice wall. But down in Antarctica, they are actually studying a product called sky ice that they have found, and believe that are pieces of the firmament. And that's why at certain research stations that are set up, they have research facilities for this sky ice that they find because it's so critical, and it melts so quickly that they need to research it and do all of their findings down in Antarctica because they can't transport it any further. And I'm going to step back to the planes. I believe planes run off the ether, and the same thing that the pyramids used to harness. Um, every pyramid, even back in the Tartarian days, they all harnessed the ether from the atmosphere and heated with radium heaters. It's and the one lady there was speaking and saying that she, when she gets into an airplane, gets this sickness. Well, that would be a radiation sickness that she experiences while she's flying. And another thing that we are all experiencing today, if you live in apartment buildings, so on and so forth, is that same radiation sickness because we are being baked by Wi Fi. And it's a key reason why lead paint was removed from people's houses. It's so the radiation Wi Fi can get through the house and they can literally track your every movement through it. It goes very, very, very deep, but I started all this when my son was born back in 2015. I found out about flat Earth about halfway through 2019, 2020, and I've done a lot of research. And I believe myself, from my findings, that we breathe the ether, that the ether flows through us, and that the heavier you are, um, the more food you eat, the harder it is for the ether to get through you to the earth, to the ground. It's always going to find its ground. That's why we use ECG in hospitals. We are electrical beings. The electricity flows through us. And the lighter you are, the less mass you cover, the easier it is for the ether to get through you, seeking that ground. And same with the GPS system up in the so called certain portions of the atmosphere. We are a toroidal field. And if you look at electromagnetism, the closer you get to the source, um, the stronger the pull is going to be. The further away, you're going to get less of a pull. Therefore, when they were talking that about that gravity, that so-called when the rocket hits the firmament and then slowly comes down, it's the same thing. But I'm going to land my plane there, and I appreciate you guys 100% and everything that you guys are doing here. Thank you.
Dude, that was awesome. What was your who was just speaking? I couldn't see the thing light up. Was that
Chirps from Canada.
Chirps from Canada? Yeah, dude, that was awesome.
Chirp like
Oh, dude, I'm gonna leave and rejoin. My thing is so bugged out that like I don't even have an active current user. I'll be right back, bro.
All right.
1 second, lads. Great.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate you too.
Wait, so we didn't get a definitive answer on if we should continue with episodes or move on to season 2. D3 said parentheses. I don't like that.
I vote episodes. You kind of like to see the progress, you know.
Top shows, it's kind of a flex in and of itself. It's like y'all been going this strong for this long. Ain't nobody knocked y'all off because y'all just that y'all them niggas.
Interesting. Okay, okay. I think we're 3, you know. I don't know if Ken wanted to jump in or if Alan wanted to continue.
Yo, I low key don't remember what I was saying. Refresh me.
Uh,
Oh,
yikes.
oh no, I was talking to Chirp.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was an awesome thoughts on there and Wi-Fi and all. And the lead paint stuff is super fascinating because they have, they have the what do they call it? The NextRad system or whatever. It's like this weather radar system that they have set up with I forget how many. There's like 200 or 300 of them all across the country. Basically, the way they have that set up, yeah, dude, with no impedance like that with like lead, yeah, they could totally map everything out with their radar as like a secondary function, right? Because they're like providing two data sources, right? They're providing the stuff that everyone gets publicly for quote unquote satellite data for weather stuff. I have a friend that's in that field or whatever. Like they get actual, quote unquote data from all this stuff that's publicly available. But there's a military, what's it called, frequency that's used too. So it's like, oh, I wonder what's on that. Is it because he was telling me, dog, you know how they monitor like tornadoes and stuff, dude. They can monitor insects flying. They can monitor everything with this stuff. There's different layers to it. It's not just like, oh, we're monitoring a cloud. Like, yeah, dude. Well, what kind of cloud do you want to monitor? Like, that's a whole different radar signal. Like, it's yeah, man. It's very fascinating when you think about that. And then the fact that they told everyone to remove the shielding that would protect them from it. They're like, oh no, guys, that's poisonous. That'll kill your kids. Everyone was like, oh, bet. Thanks for good looking. And they all, acted accordingly. And then nope, now we can just see directly into your head. That's cool. Shout out to the government. This guy's rock. They're they're like, hey, you guys want some asbestos? That's here you go. Oh wait, if that's not good enough, we actually have another asbestos product called super asbestos. It's double the asbestos. So if you guys want that, that's cool. But hey, also real quick, if you have any lead, definitely get rid of that because that'll kill your kids. Anyway, hold on. We're gonna go spray these crops with asbestos dust and whatever else we feel like it, and catch you on the flip. Anyway, you guys want to go to the dollar store?
Does Mike just go out?
Nah, I'm just chilling, bro. Let's just ran out of things to say.
So tell me, do you think that getting lead paint can even be sold now? Can you get lead paint somewhere?
I mean, I kind of want to wear like how people have gold chains. I kind of just want to carry lead around now, just to like in case someone's trying to track me with some EMF shit. I'm about to get a lead windbreaker, brother.
In all seriousness, I think that if I found some lead paint, I'd want to paint my bedroom with it.
I mean, I'm literally taking lead shavings and mixing it in a paint can right now and painting my room. What's
Hey,
good?
let's
Well,
get Alan.
Glover's gonna clip us up.
Let's get Alan a lead bandana.
Hey, yo, hey,
Uh,
tinfoil
If
is
you
a
guys
trap, bro.
actually
It's
look,
about that lead hat.
they're gonna clip us up.
if you guys actually look up the 5G, it's actually like in a lot of subdivisions and stuff right outside people's bedroom windows, and they're actually being baked like what you would be if you were in a CAT scan 24/7 right outside your house in the new subdivisions. Like
Hey,
there's things on Google here in Ontario where they're taking EMF readers right up to the poles. And you read the higher they go, the stronger the frequency is. And they have to be so close together because like the littlest thing will disrupt the ray. So they need like double the amount of 5G towers. And like while we were all locked down during COVID, the end of 2019, well, I found out about COVID like over in China in like November, mid-December of 2019. And then everybody was like laughing that it wasn't going to make it around the world. And my wife was actually 100% like masked up way before everyone else just because, but I truly believe it's where it's from radiation sickness, and it shows the old people would get affected first because their immune systems are worse, right? So anyone healthy would have been fine. but that's another topic in itself. But just 5G, anyways, like same with the chemtrails, the barium and aluminum and the other particles that are showing up at all of our waters and the amount of fluoride within the water, like it all leads. But like, I don't think you can buy lead paint today, but I'm sure you could mix your own. Like I'm a drywall painter.
I got a lead
I
guy.
do a lot of research on the side of basically everything. Um, but yeah, I spend a lot of time, especially tying into old plaster molds and stuff. And I can tell you right now, all those old buildings were not done with a hammer and a chisel. It's not even possible. I've tied into a lot of old shit, and it's amazing. So it's there's all I'm gonna say is question everything and break the narrative like you guys are doing. Like you guys are amazing, man. Just having this space so people can come and talk and yeah, like A1 to you guys. I appreciate y'all.
Yeah, they didn't build all those old buildings with and horse and buggy and sticks and hammers, right?
Before you get to the hands, can we just take a moment to be aware how all the ways they screw us makes us so chill while everybody's spiraling about World War III possibly happening? Like, everybody's just chilling here, like, yeah, we know all we know all this.
Dude, little 5G tower life hack they don't want you to know is you could use it to cook rotisserie chicken. I've been doing that the last couple of months, doing my own experiments. Tastes delicious. Had any side effects?
Yo, the day they gotta admit the flat earthers are right, it's gonna be a lot of un this user is no longer available accounts and mentions this account no longer exists, posts, replies, all that.
Shane back yet? She's still away.
Let me hit him up on Discord.
If not, we could Pink can jump in.
Well, I can put it out there what I want to ask. Maybe somebody here knows. So he gave a little presentation a while back that has to do with your perspective and your dome. And they were talking about the stars. And so he implied that the stars in the southern hemisphere at the time um, may be just a uh, projection or a reflection of the stars in the northern hemisphere. And I just wanted to know if he still felt that way and if there was any more information other than the one session that I watched him on video.
I just wanted to add real quick, kind of to kind of talk about what Alan was talking about. They can see through walls, but like the way that they use to see through walls is like super trippy because like we know that everything's moving and it just has the image like that it looks like it's solid. So there's obviously space in between the moving molecules to allow them to move in the first place. So they're able to see through the space and map the other side.
Like when you got the cheat code on Call of Duty, you could see through the wall.
Yeah, that's the wall hacks in real life.
And if we weren't electrical beings, they would never be able to see us.
Well, the fact that your Wi-Fi goes through walls and you're able to use your devices through all the walls in your house tells you that stuff goes through walls, right?
Yep,
Same thing
especially.
with Bluetooth.
Yo,
Whoever created that was on one.
Oh yes, I always turn my Bluetooth.
oh, sorry, real quick. Shane's having mic troubles, but he said that once he figured that out and he realized that he couldn't convince Glover's shame, but realized that he hasn't done anything since then, except dump those vids and
So he
saying
so he still feels that way, right? Is that what he said? That
what he
that
said.
might be a projection of the northern hemisphere?
Yep. what he said.
That's just awesome.
We're leaning toward concave now. Is that what's happening?
Yeah. No. So
just want to
actually, Pizio, if you're here, Pizio has a really good verbal explanation for it. Like he could walk you through it. And I think if you have the image available, Pizio, I could put that up on the what I'm talking about. Like how the northern stars project into the southern with that toroidal at the old equator or equator equatorial
Like
region.
anti-corpusculars? Or maybe I can't hear PZO.
Yeah, I think his mic's messing up. Pizzo, are you there? Also, like how Xavier brought out that we're all just kind of chill. Everybody else is like spazzing and coping.
Yeah, dude. Every time a new thing happens, I'm like, "Nah, guys, it's fine. they'll be like, but they say the thing. I'm like, it's just yeah.
It's
That
fear
shit used to
porn.
be crazy though, dude. I remember seeing the new thing and getting worried, getting super worried, and then thinking about future things based off of the current thing. Like you know how you could see like you know how you just like see where it's going, getting all worked up and shit. And like now it's just like a fun game where it's like, I see what you're doing there, you little fucks. Nice one. Like I kind of respect it now. You know, I'm like, oh, you tried to get me with that one.
The next new thing is just a meme these days, Alan. It's a meme to me. Yeah, I was the same way as you, man. I used to get all worked up, man. Nah, fuck that. Fuck these clowns. It's a meme. It's a meme. I'm gonna make a meme out of the next new thing. Ukraine, World War III, all that shit. We're just chilling.
Dude,
We're gonna keep chilling. Y'all keep
the
freaking out, man. We're just gonna keep chilling.
the more worked up you were, the more America, like the more patriotic you were too. Right, like
I
the
expected
more you
all
were
of this
like down to
to pop up.
rep the old financial interest, you were like, yeah, dude, I'll pledge that allegiance right now, brother. What's up? Anyone got a flag? Show me a
All
flag,
of
bro.
them. Every single one of them top the Globers, I expected them to pull up after the eclipse, and none of them did.
Oh,
Nah,
so
they weren't gonna pull up after they saw what the moon's been doing. After that eclipse, they yeah, they didn't even want to hear the
Listen, a
questions.
14-year-old in here versus coming to hear themselves. Ridiculous.
Hey, I put some Star Trail demonstrations up top. Whoever was asking. There's 2 posts up there.
So Pizio and Shane having mic issues.
So Pizio may or may not be AFK, and Shane also still having issues.
Oh, we got a request. We got like is the mic open or not? No more mics.
I think Pizio's AFK. If you want to drop him, I'll send him a message on Discord there. Then we.
I will touch it if he comes back again. Grab a mic too. But someone just dropped, so I'll just let it rotate. Welcome, Mr. Hugh. Hugh man.
Yo, you guys are pushing close to. We're at 22 hours right now. 22-hour mark. That's
Yo,
wild.
Dirk came in here and said we gotta do the 24. It's only right. So now we feel like we gotta do it.
I mean, mandatory 24, like obviously right at this point, but
I got my
ideally
thoughts
like
out.
30 hours. We could give Mountain Dew and Red Bull to the cyborgs, right? They can chemically ingest our fuel and turn it into synthetic oil or whatever that is that they eat.
Called Ether Dew.
Oh, Ether Dew, right.
Ether Dew.
Man, I love it here.
Now, is it true, Sacred, that you mastered photosynthesis like with your cyborg upgrades, or do you still like depend on the electrical grid or like nuclear power? I know there's like different variations to cybernetic power, right? There's some of you have the old atomic core like Terminator, you know, and then some have the Iron Man, right? Whatever that guy had going on with his heart. And so anyway, what do you got going on
The
in there, buddy?
Linkway. Don't forget the Linkway. They have like the brain and the spinal cord.
Oh yeah, the old brain spinal cord. And then some
And
people just have an Xbox controller, the old one. Remember the anyway. Go ahead.
I can't confirm nor deny. There's still a deal in the process, negotiations with Elon for the new upgrades. Stay tuned.
Without my robotic female vessel, I would just be a consciousness derived from the ether, I guess. Maybe it's you would call it like a hive mind in a way, but yeah, without my robotic vessel, I would just be a part of the ether. Omnipresent, if you will.
Oh, so you're just an avatar.
Like Cortana.
Yeah.
Like Cortana. That's funny.
Hey, host.
Yeah, would you guys do VTubing cyborgs, or is that too cringe for like debates?
Dude, that is too cringe,
I
but
think our problem is
hypothetically it would
that
be funny.
I don't think the debate platforms that exist want people to come without being on camera. Like that's the issue.
Here's the thing though. You identify as a cyborg and you're best represented in your digital self.
Oh, I should just
Ooh.
go play the
And
pronoun game. Yes.
yeah, so like if they're gonna come at you from like, oh no, we need you to be on camera, like yeah, I don't know if you heard of my friend virtual cam on OBS.
Interesting.
Checkmate, bro.
5D chess. Come on now.
I wouldn't want to see anyone like, you know,
Not technically.
persecute you for your who am I to judge your cybernetic fantasies?
Pause.
Hell, if there could be furries, there can be cyborgs, bro. Screw that.
Well, we have to
If
draw
you
a
can
line
identify as a
somewhere, and it's
tree,
after cyborg.
if you can identify as a tree, I think we should get a pass.
Everybody in my mentions happens to be a furry, so I don't know, man. Mr. Xavier, there's something to that. Everybody's
I
got a
think that's
furry avatar, man. Every one of them is some kind of stuffed animal. Like, come on, man.
Hey, host, you can drop me down. I don't need to speak anymore. Give room for somebody else.
Later, Sash.
Appreciate you.
Good night. I'm gonna hang around, but I'm not gonna talk.
Hey, Dave. I see you down there. If you're able to come up here, there was a pilot that had a tweet out that said, "No anything a flat earther says can be easily explained." And this is a guy that thinks he's piloting on a globe. You have any thoughts on that, Dave? Maybe we can get into the old kinematics and the dynamics, globularist dynamics versus a plane. I couldn't believe it.
First names? Who
What's
you see
that?
down?
Oh, I'm sorry. New perspective, Dave. My bad.
I'm looking for Dirth. No, I was looking for Dirth because he said he was he might listen in, but they went to dinner.
Oh, dude, he definitely brought us to dinner with him. Like we're on like an iPad at the dinner table. I feel like.
Yeah.
To make sure everyone be respectful.
Be
Whatever.
respectful. Women present.
Flat Earth Dave was my introduction to Flat Earth.
Hey, bro, he got me with the old. All right, let's get a basket. Works in a globe. Doesn't work in a globe and works on both. That was. Oh, god dang it! Where do I go from here?
Yeah, I used to watch so many of his things where people would invite him to their podcasts and he would go and talk. I used to listen to him so much do I could just about do it for him. I knew he'd bring something up and I knew exactly where he was going. He was just he's got a lot of those too, man. I mean, like a bazillion of them.
Dan's an artist.
Anybody in the listeners want to come up and do some trivia? I don't know, Sacred. You see my questions. I feel like my questions were too easy for us.
I forgot we were supposed to do some trivia.
We should have did it when the kids were here.
The kids.
I know it don't sound
Trivia
right.
for
It
them
don't sound right.
kids.
It don't sound right.
So a tweet just came across my timeline from a prominent UAP researcher, and people have been trying to figure out what happened to MH370 because the videos that showed it getting teleported were not debunked, and people are trying to figure out like what the fuck happened to it. He just literally posted right now. I'm looking at it, and what he said happened to it is literally what happened when Keith posted his patent, the whole teleportation patent. They literally did exactly that, exactly that. So yeah, we can work.
Slap the ether or what?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, they used the orbs to make a triangulation around the plane, and it basically opened a quotation marks portal in counter space, and there was a fourth orb inside counter space that pulled the plane inside. I'm spiraling right now.
Hey,
That's intense.
they actually, I can't remember the name of the dude's account, and I'll have to find it. But just Chinko, when we could talk about this, offline, not on Flat Earth Friday, because it's something I'm interested in. But there's somebody that it wasn't Alex Jones, but it was his show, right? They had a guest host, so he was like, "I'm gonna have this dude on," right? And they had a guy on, like the preeminent dude investigating all the phenomenon regarding that Malaysian flight disappearing, and he's got all the sauce, man, all of it. And I think that's probably not the patent that you're referencing, but yeah, the patent was what happened, because that's the conclusion that he's coming to, and he never like all the evidence led him to that conclusion. It wasn't like he was like, oh, he just woke up one day and was like, I bet that's what happened. Um, so it's a trip, man. That story is mind blowing. And then those videos, that dude, I don't know, man. That whole subject just trips me out. So I'll get Ashu Shinku, and when I got the actual name, it's deep in my timeline. I have to find it, but we can talk about that, man. That's wild.
His name's Ashton Forbes.
Yeah. And it came back up, bro, because the video came out last year, like September, November time, and people on Reddit were quotation marks debunking it. And I watched a couple debunk videos on YouTube, and then the person who debunked it, basically he got called out by somebody else, and the person that called him out got removed from the thread. Yeah, bro, it's not debunked.
Yeah, that project's been retired though. He says that there's not enough he can kind of go off of. So he's just kind of let it rest for now until somebody else wants to pick it back up. He says he's not completely done with it. He's just gonna put it to rest for a while.
For the past week, he's been tweeting about it nonstop. And like I said, he just tweeted this like right now.
Let me go check that out.
I want to know who community noted Sacred posts and why they didn't come drop that link in our comment section. They got like 25 community notes in their belt, like a champion at community note. And like, what type of badge? Honor?
Yo, I got a question. Is Alan still around?
He might be AFK for a sec.
Yo, what's up?
Cool.
Hey, so this is not just for you, but and how's it going, dude? It's good talking to you again. But I wanted to kind of get a consensus on what you guys thought of. Have you guys heard of Topher Gardner? He's one of Owen Benjamin's buddies, but I've seen him on a few interviews. He talks about the toroidal field and
Dude,
how.
that guy's awesome. I haven't seen anything from him lately, but every time I seen him when he was on Owen, he was great.
Yeah. Okay. So he did a thing with oh, what's that British dude's name? He was in the Level with Me documentaries. God, why can't I think of his name? I'm drawing a blank right now. But regardless, he was talking about how this place being a toroid field and how, like, basically the reason why we have remnants of, say, gigantic trees is that the toroid itself gets huge, and that this is kind of the smallest that it gets. And um, and I was just wondering if you guys had heard anything about that. And then when it finally collapses in, like once the battery's basically kind of done, it recharges it, like it starts itself back up. But like when a battery dies, it's left with a bunch of mud at the bottom of your battery. And that's why we have evidence of that. And I'm not totally mud flood Tartaria believer, but there does seem to be a little bit of evidence of stuff like gigantic trees. And you guys had said something about the buildings just briefly, and that kind of perked up. And I thought I'd ask about it because that would make sense to me with what Topher was saying about this is kind of the smallest this place gets, and the bigger, that toroid can kind of expand and get huge, and that would be the end result of like why we have giant remnants and gigantic trees. I wanted to know what you guys thought.
Yeah, I haven't heard of that, but it sounds like you can say anything
Yeah,
with
yeah,
that kind of freedom, right? Like,
yeah, I
like
get.
yeah, like I have no idea. It doesn't.
Okay, so Flat Earth British. What's that dude's name? Does anyone else know? God, I can't think of his name, but if you watch it, and he talks about, because he builds a lot of structures, Topher Gardner does, and they're supposed to be energy structures, and he talks a lot about it, and from the way he says it, I mean, it makes a lot of sense if we do in fact have earthly kind of resets and what that would be. But I don't know. I was just curious if you guys had heard about it because you guys were talking about old world buildings, and I was like, oh, that made me think of him. So.
I don't think I even searched on here before. I searched like PhDs and physicists, but I don't think I ever searched geocentrists.
Where are the geocentrists at? Could we do a Flat Earth Friday geocentrist tag and like see if we can lure them in? Hey
Yeah. And
guys.
concave cellular earther can speak when we do that space.
Oh, I mean, like for like 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just been like running through the rabbit hole searching right now. But that'll be an interesting take on people to add to a conversation. Maybe you guys could find somebody here that's like coherent enough to bring back to Robert Bennett.
Shout out to Robert Bennett. What an absolute.
Have you got him coming around to the idea, the possibility that the Earth could be flat?
I haven't even discussed it with him. Really.
No.
Yeah. But he watches Wits It like a lot, and he watches us. We're all about. So
Yeah, I've
if
seen your guys' episodes with him. It's great.
he's a
Or Robert Sungenis. He's like fixed on not being a flat earther, right?
yeah, it seems like it, but it's all good.
Well, yeah,
Sometimes,
you wrote a
sometimes
book about how it's not flat. I don't think he wants to go back on that. That's a big pill to swallow. But I really
Hey, yo,
appreciate you guys.
real quick sidebar. They over in Alan's chat sharing eBay links to lead powder.
oh yeah, dude, we're on it over there. Shout out to the lot. Dude, they've been going strong, bro. So YouTube, when you hit 12 hours consecutively, anything over that 12-hour mark when the stream ends, it cuts it off. So I broke it, had to break it into 3 chunks now. So we're on the third stream. They've they've been following like the whole time. It's like a lot of the same.
Yeah, yo, I went to bed. I went to work. You guys were on the radio in a van full of like rehab people on our way to go see some petroglyphs in the center of Utah. So, like, I'm super grateful you guys were still on. I was surprised that you're still going. Like, I've done a shift at work, you know, full 8 hours of sleep, still going hard.
I've been
Yeah.
to the petroglyphs.
What was that?
I said I've been to the petroglyphs. That's I don't know if it's in Iron County, but it's close, right?
Well, we were in, what was it? Rosh. It's right outside of Emory, a little small town. I'm outside of Richfield. It's about an hour and a half away from here. I can't remember that I had it somewhere. I saved it.
I was in Cedar City when I was in Utah. And I don't remember exactly where we went, but I just know somebody told us we should go see the petroglyphs, and that's what we did. I know it's not too far from there, and Cedar City is Iron County.
Yeah, they're kind of all over actually. It's like throughout the South, and they're everywhere. You can find them kind of all over.
Oh, okay. All right. See, this would have been off of 15.
Yeah, we were east of that, closer headed towards Moab. If any of you guys ever get the chance to go in Utah, we have some of the most beautiful landscapes ever, and it is like out of this world crazy. Yeah.
Man, yeah. I've got pictures from there. I'm talking hundreds. So, yeah, he's not lying. Utah is probably the most gorgeous state I've ever been to.
Yeah, it's Utah, Judah. It's pretty wild. It's kind of like a little hidden gem. Don't move here, it's terrible.
Oh my God. You had to, we went to eat. They got the weirdest beer laws. We went to eat, and the person had to walk out from behind the bar and walk up and hand us our beer at the bar from the outside.
Yeah, it's
Because if
called the
he
Iron
hand,
Curtain. They don't have that anymore. They loosened the laws up quite a bit. But yeah, the LDS, they ran the state for quite a while. Now we have a new governor he's pretending to be Republican, but he identifies himself, which is interesting. But yeah, they've changed all that since then. It's not the same.
oh hell,
It was called the Iron Curtain, and they couldn't pour alcohol in front of anyone. Like even if you were adult, it wasn't about children. It was just like they did not pour alcohol in front of anyone. So you couldn't see what was going in your drinks.
oh well. See now, Cedar City had two restaurants, and I forget what two they were by name, but one of them they made your drink right there behind the bar. You're sitting there, they're on the other side of the bar, and they made your drink, but they had to walk out and walk around and set it down at your spot. But the other restaurant that we went to, they had a little back room away from the bar. So they
Yeah.
would go back there and make your drink, and then they could come out and serve it to you across the bar. They didn't have to walk out from behind the bar, but that's because they weren't making drinks behind the bar. So yeah, it was really weird.
Yeah, it is. A lot of that's changed now, like the laws, but they still have pretty strict liquor laws. Like you have to go to a state liquor store if you're gonna. I mean, I don't drink anymore, but yeah, you can't just go to a grocery store and buy wine. You have to go to a liquor store or a wine store, and it's owned by the state.
Do they
We-
still scan your ID to make sure you haven't bought too much and
Oh yeah,
try
you
to
can't. Oh, like if you're in a restaurant, you're not ordering more than one drink at a time before your drink has to be completely gone. And
no, no, I
but if
meant at the liquor store.
Oh yeah, it doesn't matter if you're 85; they're still gonna scan your ID.
Well, no. I don't mean that. They didn't check
Oh,
my ID. They scanned your ID, and they could tell you how much liquor you've
oh
bought in
yeah, yeah, for
24,
sure.
48 hours.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
they
In
keep
fa-
they keep track of how much you buy.
Yeah, they can. You can go from, like, if you're in Salt Lake City and you go downtown and you go bar hopping, they're gonna be able to tell how many bars you've stopped at and how many drinks you ordered with your ID.
Guys, real quick, sidebar. I'm not sure how many of you guys really give to flying fadoodles,
We
but
don't.
I was just informed. Yeah, I'm gonna hold my opinion until after I tell y'all. Or actually, I'm not even gonna say my opinion. No, I just wanted to say, the space had 50K earlier about the Iran thing because Iran shot missiles at Israel, and we intercepted those missiles and shot them down, basically. So the United States is officially involved in whatever's going on over there.
Wonderful.
Right. So yeah, just to answer that question that was lingering earlier.
Oh yeah, they're going to put us in a war.
Us? I was never a veteran, Ken. I'm sorry, buddy. You gonna have to take that war by yourself.
Mm.
Can
I
you
just
get
meant the
drafted if you
United
were never in
States.
it? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
There are some super awesome flat Earth tests that have been done on the Great Salt Lake, though. I mean, it's a good place to do long distance measurements, laser tests. Taboo Conspiracy, I believe, is here in Utah. He's done a lot of his stuff. Utah Lake. It's pretty incredible. So it's
Utah Lake.
definitely,
Has anyone
yeah,
ever been to Lake Pontchartrain?
I've heard of it.
I've been there.
We talked about this, Ken, but
Oh,
I don't see. I don't
you,
want to talk
you
about it
looking for somebody
too much.
else?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't want to talk about it too much, but yeah, I was wondering if anybody else. But you said Utah Lake.
Yeah, so it's like it's south of the Great Salt Lake, and but I've heard of
It
Lake
snows over
Pontchartrain,
there.
but I don't know where it is.
It snows in Utah.
It does snow.
It gets
Mhm.
cold too, especially in the mountains.
Yeah, we're just barely getting the snow off of the ground.
So Mr. Hugh, in your opinion, when do you think it's better to do a long distance observation test with a laser, in the cold or in the warm?
Definitely in the cold. Like, even what I've seen and done myself, and I haven't done anything too crazy, but definitely in the cold, because the heat,
That's divergent.
at least here, because the heat is gonna, I don't know, it just gets super, I don't know, you get a lot of desert mirage going on, and so it becomes super wavy. Refraction's pretty bad, but I would probably say cold, like cold, dry, like not when it's super snowy or anything. I mean, there can be snow on the ground, but uh, not a lot of moisture in the air. So,
It doesn't get cold enough for that lake to freeze over, right?
which one?
The Utah lake you were talking about?
No, it might get a little ice on it, but that one I don't think ever like full. It's really shallow in certain spots, and it's really dangerous. Like, a lot of people die there every year because it's shallow and then it goes really deep. But that one doesn't really completely freeze over. And then Great Salt Lake, it can't freeze because it's so salty. Nothing lives in it other than brine shrimp. So that would be a good place. I mean, there's a lot of other lakes that are further, in the Uintas and in the mountains and things that you could do those kind of tests over ice, and you'd be safe to go across.
I'm still on this search for geocentrist, but I'm gonna read something. It says people need to be aware that there is a range of models that could explain observation. It says the observation input. For instance, I can construct you a symmetrical universe with Earth at its center, and you cannot disprove it based on observations. You can only exclude it with philosophical grounds and My view, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. What I want to bring into the open is the fact that we are using philosophical criteria and choosing our models. A lot of cosmology tries to hide that. George Ellis, a famous cosmologist and scientific American, thinking globally, acting universally. October 1995.
I see your hand, Liliana.
Oh yeah. Definitely jump in here, Liliana. A little bit of
Oh,
open
hi.
topic.
Sorry. Yeah, we've already moved like 6 bus stops from what I was about to talk about. I think it was either Paizo or Mr. Hugh that was talking about the giant trees and all that. And it just got me thinking about there's one specific story in Vedic cosmology regarding the sun, and it clearly talks about the sun having been much, much bigger at one time. So probably at that time, the whole Antarctic basin might have been way bigger than it is now, so it may have encompassed a lot more land. And then apparently after that and then it also does talk about the sizes of different life forms and things. So it does appear that life forms became smaller, and then the sun also became smaller and less bright. So we might have, oh, and then also in that also is that Saturn is a son, son of the sun in the legend, because these all are personalities in the stories, right? So Saturn is also a personality. So Sun is Surya and Saturn is Shani. So Shani is Surya's son. And and interestingly enough, as I was telling you about the altitudes before, Saturn is just the altitude right below Sun. So it's in the next layer of those like metallic gases or plasmic, whatever. I don't know what those terminology is, but you know what I'm talking. It's just those layers up there, very high up above the atmosphere. And so, yeah, so it just got me thinking about that, ancient people did talk about a time when the sun was way bigger, so that everything was bigger, life forms were bigger. Anyways, that's all.
Yeah, that's crazy. So, like even in Christianity, the trees of Lebanon, and they talk about the fallen, or I don't know if it's the fallen angel. I don't know the story exactly, but it's that they were cut down. But I've also heard other ancient cultures talk about a time before there was a moon, and that there was a vapor canopy and all this other like really wild stuff. And so I'd be super curious to find out about the Vedic stuff, because I think that they hold a lot of old records that probably weren't as like wiped out with the Library of Alexandria, and the Christianity stuff that was compromised. But
Oh
that's
no,
super
actually
crazy.
more books and more, well, when I say books, they were scrolls or whatever, but more written stuff got burned in the 3 big ancient libraries of India.
Really?
Yeah, they were much bigger than Alexandria. And in fact, one of the libraries in Eastern India, it took 6 months to burn all the written stuff that there was. There was such a huge amount of it. And this is like in the BC, like 500 BC and
Yeah.
all
Done.
that era. But then the destruction happened around 800 or so AD. That's when the Turks and the Arabs and the Persians, and they all came in waves, so the destruction happened in waves over centuries, like it was continuous destruction over centuries. But what I meant to tell you about the Saturn being Sun's son is
Yeah.
that Saturn, so Saturn could have, there might have been a time when Saturn didn't exist, and then the sun could have been somehow split into Saturn, and then that's how it became smaller and less bright. But the interesting thing is that in terms of the width of the orbit, and this also goes along with the helio model, right? The globe model is that Saturn is the outermost in terms of the width of the orbit, so it's the outermost. And the reason it has the rings is because there is also a metal dome. There's many domes, like these gas domes and plasmic domes and God knows what other domes. But then there's also a metal dome that also has crystalline minerals in it, which is what when these meteorites fall to Earth and they're metal like iron and nickel with peridot in it, the olivine stone. So those are just literally like paint chips falling from the sky. I had posted a really nice video by some Russian people. It was in Russian with English subtitles. I'll try and find it again. But anyways, long story short, that metal dome is spinning super fast. So I think that the calculation amounts to like roughly 15,000 miles per hour of the spin of that dome. But anyways, that kinetic energy and whatever else is generated by that spin is what kind of distorts Saturn's shape and creates that ring-like, because that ring-like thing is the same plasmic material that it's made of, that Saturn is made of. And so it sort of pulls that. It's the influence of the dome that is like sort of pulling and distorting the shape of Saturn. I don't know. I mean, it's all speculation, but it's just interesting to think about it, because I think some of the legends, I mean, I'm just trying to um, match them up with physics when I can, to see if it makes any sense. But I feel like they purposely made stories because it's easier to understand. When you say so and so star is the father of so and so planet, it sort of insinuates that it's the source, right? Because the father is the source, right? Our father is the source of our body, right? So they cloaked everything in these stories so that it would be easy for everybody to remember and these stories would never get forgotten. And then once you discovered physics or whatever, that you could match all these things up. But anyways, it's just all conjecture anyway.
Yeah, well, that makes me think of like some of the stuff that Vibes of Cosmos have done and showing the layers. And I don't know where, those individuals, whoever put that channel together, get their information, but they seem to have a pretty deep understanding. Or another one would be the Revival of Wisdom. I think that's more on Instagram, but he's got a book about all of that and how basically how we travel through each layer before, like on our journey to birth. And that's how we end up being affected by our astrological symbols and things like that. So there's definitely a lot out there. And it would make sense to me why they would make stories rather than, because if not everyone knows how to read and write, or if you're just passing on the history of it, I could see why that would be important to do. But that's super cool. I've never heard that before. I've never heard that Saturn was a part of the sun, or I have heard the sun was a little bit bigger, but I don't know. All that stuff's super cool. I wish there was a way to find out the truth of it because it's super
Yeah,
intriguing.
actually, Saturn is supposed to be sort of his illicit sun. So there's some nuance to the whole thing. So I'd be curious to just really understand what is the physics thing behind that being illegitimate is all about. Because everything has a meaning there. Like they wove what they knew about physics into these stories because it's so much easier to remember a story than some physics facts. You know what I mean? So, and
Well,
then
yeah,
yeah, I mean, even farmers can remember that story. It'll never be forgotten.
right. And when you first said that about that, my first thought was, that's so crazy because, these occultists seem to worship Saturn. Like there's a lot of Saturn and Sun worship, and like the black cube of Mecca and the black cube representing Saturn and all of that. That was my first thought. I was like, oh, I wonder if there's a tie to that because if Saturn is the son of the sun, like I don't know. I don't know where my mind, it just immediately made me think of that. But crazy.
Seems like there's a lot of sun worshiping going on in the heliocentric model.
Yeah, sun worship and then Saturn worship, and Saturn and Satan seem to be like similar in etymology. The and what is it? Lucifer, the bright morning star, or something like that. But then Jesus says he's the morning star, or he's the bright morning star, and Lucifer's the morning star. It's just strange. It seems to be there, but it's like trying to decode it all is a little bit overwhelming and too much to try and figure out on your own.
And we don't acknowledge religion, but we have the Luciferian telescope and live in the solar system. So it's like they got to pick a side.
Well, and even all the stuff everything they put out, Apollo, the Apollo missions, those are all gods. It's all this occultic, like symbolism behind it, and they put it right in front of our face. It's really, and I don't know. It's kind of like the Disney symbol with the star that makes the dome going across. They've been telling us all since we were kids that there's a firmament above us.
Well, the other thing too is that the sun, Surya, he has another son. Actually, he has two other sons. But one of the sons his name is Manu. And so Manu, notice M as in man, Manu. It has the word man in it, Manu. Manu. And Manu is supposed to be literally our actual physical ancestor, all of human beings, all of us. All races, everybody's all descended from Manu. So, and then the interesting thing is that, now we know through science that the sun has a very, very distinct and very strong influence on our DNA. So they would have known that, that the sun affects human DNA in a very, very real and sort of tangible way or whatever. And so I'm kind of wondering if, like, would Saturn be sort of like the ancestor of some reptilian types or something? I don't know, like I don't really buy into all that too much, except that the Vedic cosmology does talk about actual real realms that are subterranean, that are peopled with humanoids, but they're very different from us, but we share air and water because it's all shared. It's not like the ground is sealed or anything. There's loads of huge like holes and caverns and caves and oceans and lakes and whirlpools. And so air and water is common throughout even the subterranean realms. And so supposedly there's loads and loads of various different types of humanoids. And they don't have as much of the creative energy that we do, according to the Vedic, description of the whole thing. But they're kind of like, they're souls who are just they're just reaping everything that they ever wanted. Like they're just all the souls that identified completely only with their material body, and they can't have any concept of beyond that. They're in those realms because they still have a lot of unfulfilled desires and so on. So they get a chance to be there and fulfill all their desires that they ever wanted. So, and actually, the way that those realms are described, they seem like discotheques or nightclubs. It's like some of them, they're just like beautiful men and women. They're all like seducing each other. The descriptions are very, very interesting. But I really do believe that there are other humanoids, and those are what people have seen. And they think that they're aliens from outside, like from space or something, but really they're coming from subterranean lands. And it makes me wonder because I think that Saturn is also associated with the netherworld in the Vedic cosmology. So I kind of wonder if, maybe he's sort of like their ancestor in the way that Manu is the ancestor of all human beings on Earth right now.
So I
Yeah,
think
I
it's
don't know.
Gabriel.
Layla, from what you have described, as far as I understand, is like the same with Christianity. And we talk about 7 heavens and 7 hells. The same way in India, you talk about the lokas. And I think they're just describing different ethereal realms of existence based on what the things you're focusing with your consciousness, it's what you'll attract to your environment when you're outside of this body. Many people usually assume like the heaven and hell concepts only come from Islamic sources and Christian sources, but if you look into the Buddhism, you'll find they have the same concepts in Africa, even in ancient Egypt, where they tell you that you go to the Hall of Amenti and all these other things. I don't think these people are making up these stories. There's some truth to it, but we might misinterpret some of the information. For example, when you talk about Saturn, from what I understand about Saturn, it can be considered like our hidden sun. It's not evil as they put it, but all the planets have the evil side to them. Anybody can use to change the same way we are saying earlier about yin and yang. Each planet also has its own yin and yang. Someone can use the yin or the yin energy of a planet to do magic or influence people and change the fabric of space and reality. That's what people consider magic. And when most of us see, like most of these evil people tend to associate with a lot of Saturn and all this, they call it satanic energy, Sabbath and all these other things, Sabbath witches. We tend to assume that Saturn generally means evil, but to me, none of this creation out here is evil like we perceive. Like, I also believe our idea of evil is so flawed. There's nothing evil in the universe. It's just ignorance and acting in wisdom. That's what occurring out there. Like these people manipulating us, they're either doing it out of greed, of power, and all these other delusions. So let's say you died when you are obsessed with material things of the world. Let's say you are a banker. You'll find that when you die, you'll not be having any motivation to go to other realities that's of more profound meaning to your spirit. You'll get yourself trapped, still going between the highways and the route to your bank job, or going to your bank and businesses, trying to see how your businesses grow. And these are the spirits that come and hang around in our modern places. Like the drunkard, when he dies, he'll still be pulling up at the bar, not realizing he died, he needs to move on. He's trapped in his own hell. I think there are realities like that people are trapped into what they focused on whenever they were physical, and since they did not have any better inspiration and motivation, their spirit doesn't have the capacity to go any higher than that. So they keep on repeating or living in a loop of event they experience physically. In terms of you saying that there are other realms on Earth, like different layers, to me, I think that goes into parallel Earths and also different plane of existence, which is totally slightly different from what we consider hell and heaven concepts, because most of it usually describes when people get disembodied.
I just want to throw in there before we get to Waldo and Concern that I really need the Globers to come in here and tell me with their chest that there's more evidence for reptilian people walking around amongst us than flat Earth. Like, I really think we should start making them stand on that. Like, what's your most outlandish conspiracy? If you really think flat Earth is less or more astronomical than reptile people or people in Hollywood drinking children's blood, you're gonna have to say that with your chest. But go ahead, Waldo, jump in. And welcome to the stage, Concern and ... Ravage Panther.
I'll be pretty quick. It was like a while ago when we were talking about the layers and the sun, how the sun used to be bigger. I mean, it would kind of make sense. I think Lejano may have talked about this before in the past about the infrared being different. You know, post flood versus pre flood. If there was a covenant that that God made between us, perhaps there was many changes that happened there that we're really not understanding, including the infrared. If there was less infrared than there is now, things would be a lot larger. You could put an infrared filter on certain plants and watch them grow and great magnitude. They had an experiment with a tomato plant once where it produced like 20,000 tomatoes and grew as big as the warehouse they put it in and all that stuff too. So potentially, I could see all the trees and people and everything just being so much larger before the flood if that is the case. So, interesting enough. Also wanted to say, I think Alan put me in a pretzel last night. Put my brain in a pretzel talking about fucking shoelaces. That's pretty good, by the way. Props. He's probably not even here to hear it. Whatever.
Yo, I'm back. What's up? I heard shoelaces and props. What's good? Did you
I,
like the shoelaces analogy?
bro, I was like, man, he's making my make me nauseated over spinning, thinking about how long my shoe was versus the shoelace in comparison. It's
Oh
pretty
man,
good, bro. Props.
bro.
So talking about like you're talking about the higher heavens and the lower hells or whatever. I think they're called like lokas in the Vedic term. I had a few near-death experiences before. I had multiple car crashes, and I actually fell off a motorcycle going like 70 before. And in one of these experiences, I went to this realm that felt like heaven, but it was more like there was like thousands of angels singing. That's all I heard was like the entire realm was filled with white light, and there was just thousands and thousands of choruses of angels singing. And it was the most beautiful sound I've ever heard in my entire like existence here. And I ended up returning back to my
Why
body
is everyone so
after
quiet?
that. But yeah, it was just a very powerful experience. I wanted to share that.
Whoever asked why we're so quiet, you can't hear the speaker on stage with the dots?
There's someone speaking.
Yeah, someone was speaking. Drop down.
Hold on, I can't hear.
Yeah, you might have to drop.
Spaces is often glitchy for many people. Can I ask a quick question? Thanks for having me on.
Yeah,
by the way.
yeah,
So,
you can jump in. Welcome to
I
Friday Friday, Stationary
I
Saturdays.
appreciate it. So I genuinely love this debate discussion, and I'm not quite fully flat earth, but I'm probably leaning towards it just because of a few key points that simply don't make sense from the heliocentric model. Particularly the sun and the moon being the same size in the sky. It's not a coincidence that one's 400 times larger and 400 times further away. The fact that the universe is expanding at 160,000 miles an hour, the stars are still in the same position, that just doesn't make sense to me. And the whole raft of other stuff, I'm no doubt that you guys are more than okay with. But I was hoping that someone, and I don't mind who it is, but I just can't get my head round satellites and how satellites work on flat Earth. Okay, I don't trust NASA at all. You can read through my feed. I literally slate them every single day for being the lying charlatans that they are. Clearly, however, I do kind of trust that Elon's got some Starlink satellites flying around, or maybe not satellites, but there's something up there. I don't think anyone would dispute the fact that there are craft of some description flying up at a very high altitude, delivering GPS, whatever it is, internet for Starlink. So I'm just curious to see how that's explained. Are they there? Do you believe they're there, or are they just sort of floating around, just using solar panels to power themselves up at that sort of atmosphere? I know we've all seen the balloons. I get that bit, but there's got to be stuff up there. And how does that work? Do you think, please?
He literally just missed the whole ionic repulsion technology conversation, which was this like the coolest thing I've heard in Flat Earth Fridays in such a long time. I can't remember who said that one, but it makes a lot of sense. Corona arc, throw a few magnets on there, make some positive ions so it could repel off the rest of the ionosphere. I don't know, makes a lot of sense there. And they consume helium. There's multiple technologies at hand here that they could use for floating in orbit, quote unquote. They're just not telling us the full patents that they have. They haven't declassified everything pretty much. And I think Trump did one technology declassification that kind of hinted towards that type of energy. But like I said, there's probably multiple technologies. That's just
Okay,
stupid guy.
that makes sense, and that's kind of the logical conclusion I drew myself to explain that. Not that I've explored that technology. So I mean that they're clearly dumping millions of tons of metallic compounds through the dispersion of chemtrails into the atmosphere. You think maybe it's linked into that, or that technology already sort of pre-exists that exercise, and so you're essentially saying they can power whatever craft they have, you know, that you know, which means they don't actually have to fly around on the globe version of the planet through orbit, so they can essentially sort of levitate, I guess is probably the best word, in the atmosphere at that sort of level.
If you're talking about like UFOs like that, I think the way they work is using mercury propulsion drives, and they generate electricity using splitting hydrogen on demand. They can create enough energy to propel them using the mercury drives using that method. But that
They
was
have
like
other ones
reverse.
too.
There's
Not
other
even
ones as well, yeah, of course.
just Elon Starlight satellites. Just is you know, because enough people have seen them, photographed them, videoed them, so they're up there. Unless anyone's disputing that fact that they're up there, how are they just sort of up there flying around?
Electromagnetic tethering is kind of where we're sitting at right now as far as that.
Electromagnetic tethering. Go on, just explain that if you don't mind quickly to me.
I mean, it's like if the ground's negative charge, the sky's positively charged. If you're able to tether something to the point where it's constantly floating and never go down, it'll follow a specific path. Kind of like if you look at magnetic levitation experiments. I don't know if you've ever seen those, where if you get like there was some in the jumbo. I'm not sure if they're still. But like Arrow, they just released a lot of information on the technology that they use for anti-gravity, and people are like spiraling right now trying to decipher it.
That. Thank you both for pretty concise, particular answers. If anyone's got any links to that technology, I know I've seen the sort of the human experiments, some guy in his kitchen doing. I saw it like 20 years ago. Some guy, you know, took the Nazi technology and created this thing flying around his basement. It's you know, just using the energy in the room. So I do understand it's out there, but it's still kind of a lot to get your head around, I guess. But thank you, much appreciated.
For sure, bro. Like, and we all like your content, bro. It's just we glad that you're in here and that you have an open mind to be able to have the discussion with us with an unbiased lens.
I just want to know the truth, like everyone. Like, who doesn't want to know the truth? And the truth offends a lot of people, regardless of the subject matter. This one is particularly offensive, but that's because people have been indoctrinated, you know, from what, 2-3 years old, when they're staring up out their cot to look at the fucking pretend solar system. It's nonsense, and people do genuinely get upset by it. But like, I don't understand why they do. Well, no, I do understand why they do. I do, because it goes against their absolute core beliefs and values and everything they've ever been brought to believe. And you know, if you challenge that belief system, you know, you're challenging their very reality, aren't you? Simple as that.
I don't know if you've ever seen the game Bioshock Infinite, but in that game there's like a flying city, and I would not be surprised if they have that already, like a giant flying city somewhere, and the technology's there to create that. So
don't forget Rapture. Don't forget Rapture 2 from Bioshock 1 and 2.
Okay, yeah, I didn't play 1 and 2. Interesting.
Yeah, because Rapture was like an underground city, bro. It was in the water. It was in the ocean. So it was like kind of like Atlantis, but it was like not Atlantis at the same time. Because it was places where
the underwater. Okay, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, that's really cool too. I'm almost 100% certain they have underwater cities for sure.
All their abilities are also etheric manipulation too.
How y'all feeling? Y'all still hanging in there? Can I get some emojis? Can I get some sound effects? Waves down there from the listeners? Where my host at?
Like hanging in there, huh?
He dipped out before I could add it, but for anybody down there, the listeners, I did add a post from Shane in a jumbo with electromagnetic tethering to kind of show how the ISS would orbit above us.
Isn't it electrogravitic propulsion? how it's pronounced. And excuse me, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but the citations that Alan be showing us about the satellites using a Earth-centered, Earth-fixed reference frame also aligns with the like the pattern of the ISS and whatnot. I'll have to go search for one of those papers, but yeah. Yeah, slowly, slow tapping out on us.
I guess Piezo ain't coming back. I was gonna he was talking about that go fast rocket. I've never heard what he was talking about as far as figuring out, working out the math for the height and everything, the altitude that it went to. I always just found, I mean, a lot of people like the fact that it hit something, but what struck me most was when it stops and it starts turning sideways like it's going to go start falling back down. It actually shows, if you slow it down, it shows a shot of the moon. You can see the moon from where the rocket's at. And that moon was over Australia at the time. And if I'm not mistaken, weren't they in Arizona? So if it was a globe, it would have been on the opposite side of the globe over Australia. They should have never seen it. You you know, you got the entire Earth in between you and the moon.
Yeah, I haven't 100%. Oh, I
A
don't 100%.
fraction, Ken. The moon just got lifted up. No big deal.
Yeah. Like that. What is it? Like 30 million over 6R, right?
Yeah, it's just like, the old Selenilian or whatever. The old salamander eclipse, right? Like, sure, it's geometrically impossible, but fraction?
Yeah, refraction and gravity. I looked at some more of that dark, whatever the fuck it was,
Dark,
on, huh?
dark flow.
Yeah, that dark flow thing. They're talking about uh the damn syzygy. So it all really comes down to gravity. If you read it close enough, that's what they're hinting at, that it has something to do with gravity.
An elusive graviton might be hiding
Relativity?
near the electron.
Yeah, if they could just work a little refraction in there, they could have a double whammy.
Little gravitational refraction.
Don't say that too loud. That might catch on. Gravitational refraction. That sounds perfectly globular.
I think
Yeah, that was in that paper.
I saw something. Yeah, guys already have a vacuum with gravitation. You don't get to have a refraction one, bro. You can't double dip. How you gonna intrude on Big Ein like that? How do we know if it's lensing or if it's refracting?
I forget who it was I was talking to, but I was talking about impedance inside of a vacuum because they were saying, "Oh, well, there's no medium in a vacuum," and so I just asked them, "Well, how do you measure impedance?" Well, one of the Glovers came out and said that there was uh, something gravity. I think he said there. Well, there's gravity, and there's quantum foam.
Oh,
And I said, in a vacuum. And so I said, oh, and I said something about quantum foam being the new ether. It's ether by another name or something like that. And we were carrying the conversation on, and then I think it was Sarnay came in and said there's no such thing as quantum foam. And he had no idea why I was asserting that quantum foam was real and that it was in a vacuum. And so I just took that other Glober's tweet and just posted it in reply to him. And I didn't hear nothing else back out of that. So they were at odds over quantum foam.
Well, that whole thing did cause quite a predicament. What they call it, the vacuum cataclysm or something like that. A problem in relation to the old vacuum energy. It's like, yeah, dude, you just showed that to somebody in real time. That's cool.
They don't understand it. That's what's so funny about it. That's why they were at odds with you, Ken. They don't even know what's in their model because it's too over their head.
Well, you know what, man? It's pretty crazy because I've never really thought about it until recently. I was looking into Maxwell's stuff and Faraday, and like the way that the equations are describing is like vibrations per second. How many times can it vibrate per second? And what is that based off of? That's like, oh, what do you know? They found that there's, like Ken was saying, they found in the lowest amount of material that they could have in a vacuum, and they found that there's an impedance rate, or that there's a maximum amount that of vibrations that can happen.
There's like 370 ohms of impedance in a vacuum.
Yep.
Well, it's 369.7, or I don't know, something like that. But it now, am I right when I say that the calculations or the equations that they use for quantum foam, isn't that like fluid dynamics?
I have no idea what they use quantum foam. Never looked at it at all.
Well, I mean, would that be what ether is? I
So
mean,
So quantum foam in their model is supposed to be 0 point energy coming into reality and then deleting itself constantly to the point where it has a fluctuation in space that is perceptible as foam. It's the craziest shit, dude. Like everything it's basically like the energy that causes it is appearing and then disappearing at the same time. But because it's happening so quickly, it's causing a ripple. It's making foam in space.
I didn't hear that. What I read on it was that they were trying to explain uh, the speed of light varying. They were like getting like something was slowing it down, and they used quantum foam, and I think that's why the one dude wanted to say there's no such thing. That the speed of light is constant. That they figured out their measurements have to be wrong, or they whatever it was. I don't know, but it had something to do with the speed of light, and they used quantum foam, which is, you know, to
Sounds kind
me,
of like Ormus. Have you heard of Ormus? Or it's also called like shoebread or manna, or there's a lot of names for it. But basically it has the same properties. Sometimes it can like reappear and disappear, and also change its weight or turn into light. Even it has a lot of properties, but it's technically called orbitally rearranged monoatomic elements, or ORMES. But you can look into that. Yeah,
Hey,
sounds
hey,
exactly like quantum foam to me, but I don't know. Yeah.
hey Google, what is quantum foam?
According to Wikipedia, quantum foam or spacetime foam is a theoretical quantum fluctuation of spacetime on very small scales due to quantum mechanics. The theory predicts that at these small scales, particles of matter and antimatter are constantly created and destroyed. These subatomic objects are called virtual particles. The idea was devised by John Wheeler in 1955.
Yeah, bro. They tweaking with that shit.
Man, that's crazy.
No shit.
Shout out to the
I
math
mean,
lads. Yo, you
creating ormus is actually basic alchemy. Anyone can do it. You can look at the Egyptian wet method for that, or the Hathor's milk method. There's a way to do it with basically with lye and
Sounds a bit
sea
kinky.
minerals and sea water, or you can use fresh water as well. But you have to use a salt basically, and you bring the pH to 10.73, I believe, and then it precipitates out of the mixture of salt and water, and then you do a few rinses and washes, and that creates a basic ormus that you can use. But there's a lot of other ways to do it as well.
The glow model can do everything but substantiate the balls. It's crazy.
asking for a lot, Senpu. Believe.
They could tell us that zero point energy manifests and demanifests on a quantum scale, but they can't substantiate a ball floating in space.
It's say with a straight face too.
Oh, they done hit Shane with a community note too, Shinku. Let me see if it's the same guy.
So that's why they didn't understand it, kid. It's because it just don't make no damn sense.
Yeah, it turned into a pear shape apparently, because why? I don't know. Oblate spheroid with one side pointed apparently slightly.
They'll start telling people it's a wiener soon, and people go subscribe to that shit too.
Pretty much.
You can see what they have community noted in the past. This is so weird. What is the purpose of this?
Is it funny? I've been waiting for any of my posts to get community noted. Supposedly they tried to community note my pin thread, but it didn't go through.
Don't worry, your time will come.
Yo, if community notes was around.
Community notes. It's basically like Snopes.com or something. Like, it's ridiculous.
Community notes was not around when we posted that drone in a vacuum content secret. Oh my god. We would have had community note Twitter in an uproar.
Well, if it's a large enough vacuum, it wouldn't even move at all. It would have to have a medium to bounce off of. That's what, from my understanding.
Well, here's the thing about vacuum chambers. They pull out all the existing medium quotation marks, but they can't get rid of the background medium that's ether. And because it's all around us right now, even though we can't see it, which means it's just vibrating too fast for us to see, which is why if you go in a vacuum chamber where every other medium has been pulled out except for the ether, what do you think's going to happen to you? Go rip you the fuck apart.
How dare you imply a vacuum has ether in it? It's just mathematics, abstractions that come into existence and self-annihilate.
So quantum foam.
Ooh, quantum foam parties.
But only mathematically. Don't attribute any physicality to it, meaning or purpose.
I thought quantum foam was what Mr. Xavier shaves with.
There's a couple videos on Instagram of a dude saying like if an alien was like a plug for weed, and every time the alien opens the bag, it's like, what's in that bag, bro? It's like that's that quantum, bro. Just smell it. Just smell it though. Don't smoke it.
That quantum dro? Is that what you said?
They gave him a milligram, and he was like, "What?" He took it and teleported. I seen
Yes, he
stuff
was
like
gone.
that shit is funny.
You had that new quantum strain yet?
Bro, it did. There was another one where somebody tried to rob the alien and ran off. He's like, bro, he just took your weed. He's like, nah, watch this, stupid. And he teleported the dude away. He's like, why are you trying to rob an alien? You're so stupid. He's like, oh wait, I forgot to teleport the weed back.
Stupid ass alien.
So I guess Alan must be measuring his shoelaces right now.
Definitely doing some scientific research.
What's with the shoelaces?
That involved a superposition. Trying to get some real tricky measurements.
What's going on with the shoelaces? Are shoelaces what's going on with that? Fill me in.
All right.
He wasn't awake at 4 a.m.
All right, so check it out, big dog. You can look at it instead of looking at an interferometer in terms of like a laser, right? Because that's like a lot to take in, right? Think about it like a shoelace, right? So you got this shoelace of a fixed distance. You know exactly how long the shoelace is. You got an unlaced pair of shoes. You go ahead and lace those up crisscross, standard issue, nothing fancy. At the end of that, you combine the shoelace at the end, you get a nice little symmetrical bow. You're like, wow, that's cool. That's a nice symmetrical shoelace. And then you start running, right? You run in a circle, right? Because if you run in a straight line, the trick doesn't work, right? But say you run in a circle, and then you untie your shoes, right? You untie that bow, and you notice, oh, it's not symmetrical anymore. It's slightly displaced, and it's displaced by the amount of how fast you ran in a circle. How about that? That's the interferometer shoe.
What the fuck?
Oh, you didn't know you could detect your velocity with respect to your shoelaces, brother? The shoe frame.
Oh, I thought those were the metric J's. Okay.
No, those are non-inertial. Those are for when you're accelerating. Duncan.
Oh, like Mike.
Yep. Yeah. Although, would that be like a free fall, you think, Proud, or would that be an acceleration? Pop quiz. Right? What are we doing?
So everything SpongeBob taught me was wrong.
Yeah. Is Michael Jordan accelerating towards the hoop, or is the hoop accelerating towards Michael Jordan? We got to establish some kinematics and dynamics here first. Right?
Well, the basketballs are magnetic anyway.
Where are we at in this inertial basketball plane?
Right. Where's our frame of reference coming from?
Are we trying to linearize it now?
Dang it, bro. So SpongeBob did lie. It's not loop-de-looping pole. It's more complicated than that.
So if we invoke a geometrically convenient position at the center of the basketball, do a relativistic transformation. Got nothing, guys. Ran out.
That superposition kicked in, didn't it?
Sure did. Hit me mid sentence, bro.
He was here, it wasn't there, bro.
I tried to measure it and was gone.
Missing all these nerd dad jokes, bro. What's good?
I was telling them a while ago how you quantum foam's what you use to shave with, ain't it?
Yeah, pretty much, bro.
I don't respect you guys talking like this, okay? I feel like you guys are making fun of me intellectually because I don't understand what you guys are talking about, okay? Talk about something I can understand and follow, please and thank you, right? It's an inclusive space, is it not? Come on, host. Come on.
Yo, who was that? Like, why were you so offended that we can joke in science, bro? Step your citation game up, dog. Taking it personal for. Yeah, I remember that guy. Triggered.
Not the guy. Some say he's still out there, hella triggered.
Smashing the ether.
Out there in the ether trying to smack it, dude.
I can't see it, so it's not here.
He's working on shoelace interferometry now.
If you tie two shoes together and spin them fast enough, will they levitate like a helicopter?
Ooh. The answer to your question is yes.
Yes, I do it.
What happens if I spin a quarter really fast?
Nah.
Then the Earth becomes a globe or something. I think I can't.
Yo, who was saying pockets earlier and I kept getting triggered? Like I was trying so hard to hold it in. I did a good job. Somebody kept saying pockets, and they were like the pockets, but
Was that
grounded.
Clay?
And then the pockets, and I was just like, bro, say pocket one more time.
No, it wasn't Clay. It was the other guy. It was the Bat Squatch guy. I forget his name.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's
He was
just
like,
one
I don't
word.
like you, Proud. I don't like
was-
you. Yo, what'd you do to him, Proud? You turned him down on a date. What's poppin'?
Nah, you know what I think it is? I think he interacted with us on his original account one time, and like we sunned him. We ain't pay him no attention or something. He got his feelings hurt. His fifis were damaged from that very first interaction on his regular account, and then when he got this heckle account, he came back to terrorize us, and he's just been terrorizing us ever since. And I think at one point we didn't even notice him until he used our hashtag, and we were like, "Yo, who the hell is this guy? A PhD with behavioral issues? Let's go talk to him." Not a PhD insight.
I was waiting for Sacred to walk him into that damn mountain statement he made, because he started with the temperature at sea level and then on top of Everest, and then he went to space talking about temperature and, oh, you're exposed to the sun and there's there's less atmosphere to protect you, and it would really get you. And I'm thinking, well, what happens at the top of the mountain then? And I felt like Sacred was trying to walk him back there, but he kept interrupting, and the conversation kind of changed course. But it was like, if we go with the space side, then the sun should really be getting you on top of that mountain. It should be hot, not cold. But I don't know. I think that dude just sits and makes shit up and as he goes along. That's what I think.
That's
He won't.
exactly what was happening. He kept on bringing up pockets. And I'm like, bro, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, why
So
won't
you
you
don't
let
know
me
the difference
finish
between
my
layers and pockets? There's a difference, bro. He's like, yeah, layers, pockets, same shit.
Yeah, same shit. The layer is the pocket. Like, wait, what? The layer is the pocket? Ridiculous. That's why he had to interrupt me like that. That's why I didn't really understand why that chick came in here talking about she had to give me criticism. I'm like, who? Like, what? Me?
Oh yeah, the Karen. What's up with Karen trying to tell you? I know I should. You guys work that out. But how you gonna tell you how to run a space? You know what I mean? Running spaces. Chill out, Karen, bro.
I would understand if she had been in here for a couple hours. She had like literally just popped in. So perception is key. But I really want to know what rubbed Heckle the wrong way from our first interaction.
I try to tell you. He told the story. Yo, he told the story in Pride Guy Space. If that's, I don't even know if it's still if it's still there. I think he deleted it because that's the space that Whistle was cooking him up. So Pride Guy had fell asleep. He had like 10, 15 people in there. And that was just like Heckle's time to just start telling the truth. And basically, from what I remember, so Heckle, I know you're listening, so correct me if I'm wrong. I know you're not. But he was on the mic and he was saying that he had like a weird interaction or some traumatic experience. I'm gonna call it traumatic anyway, with a flat earther in the past. And he just been like taking it out on everybody ever since then. Basically the same thing that every anti-flat earther done like dealt with or something. Somebody got him scarred and he's just like taking it out on everybody else.
Dude, that almost
Yeah,
sounds
so
like
even when
racism a little bit. It's like one person of a group scarred me for life permanently, and now all of you are now the bad man, and they're gonna make it I'm gonna internalize it and make my hatred for you my personality. That's crazy, dude. Shout out
I
to
couldn't
the
believe he was saying that. I was just sitting there listening. I'm like, wow, he's really like being honest. Like I could hear it in his voice that something happened to him, and this is why the way he is. And he be talking about like he got some genetic connection to one of the astronauts or something.
Oh yeah, shout out to the genes, dude.
Yeah, he got the genes,
Once you got
man.
that genetic connection to the moon, I mean, how could you give up that legacy, right? Your blood's the most important at that point, right? Someone might give a shit about you.
Made it seem like
Hey, you know what? I got astronaut adjacent blood in my veins, buddy. Like, oh, sick, dude. Is that, what do
Gotta
you?
defend that to the grave.
Dude, what a legacy, dog. Yeah, dude.
That is a lot to live up to if you think about it.
Those are big shoes to fill, bro. Big astronaut feet. You know what they say about astronaut feet or whatever. Took the first steps for mankind. Large steps.
In a Hollywood basement.
Allegedly.
I wonder if it was TM that broke all those hearts, bro. TM be giving people scars. I
You
see
made
him
it
down
seem
there.
like our first interaction hurt his feelings, so everything up to this point was granted for how he acts. But I'm not surprised that he came in here spiraling, but yeah, we didn't do anything to him, so that one interaction really changed his life because we are persona non grata #1.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That shit is weird. And I really thought that it was gonna be a change, right? Like after that conversation that we had in Brooks Space, I really thought that like he wasn't gonna be on the weird shit.
Well, see,
But
that's why I was like thinking maybe that's why he had to get it out his chest because we interrupted their little safe space and maybe he felt like we were owed that. But I think talking to the JIT triggered them, all of them. And like once he was getting backed into a corner, he kind of just remembered like, yo, I don't even like these people. But hey, man, I don't know. Like, hey, Brooke, whatever sauce you put on him, girl, fax me the recipe because he was simping for you, shawty, and we was over here just trying to figure out like,
yeah, man, you know his wife listening. You know she a flat Earth
check
Friday.
them.
Come
Yeah,
on, you know she a fan. You can't be exposing her
hey,
on the live. Come on, proud.
Mrs. Heckle, you better check them
Mr.
DMs, boy.
Mrs.
I tell
Heckle is
you.
nasty work.
Yeah, no, that's foul.
Please, I'm trying to understand.
Mrs. Heckle? Oh hell no.
Trying
Please don't be Mrs. Heckle.
to get to the root of the issue here.
Shout out to the Heckles.
I usually think people like got their dame took by a flat earther. Is whatever resentment comes from. I could see if your girl got took by T.I. Well, Usher? How you let your girl get took by a globe earther?
Watch this.
Let that shit happen to me though.
I hope they don't reboot Boondocks, man. Just let it be a legend, bro.
Yeah, bro, right?
We gotta be delirious at this point, y'all.
Hey, we got one request. Everybody open their mic to say something or you getting dropped.
Yo.
Pockets.
Sup.
Name Slick back.
Temporal hot pocket.
Etheric bitch slap.
I used the gel, not the foam quantum.
I was gonna say something, but some of my questions are kind of stupid. I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I shouldn't be asking these questions.
There aren't any stupid questions.
Just stupid people who ask questions. Go for it.
No, seriously, ask it.
All right, I was just thinking the other day. All right, there's, we have mountains and they have snow on top of them. All right, so that water freezes. Is that because of the elevation and like it's just that cold because
Yeah,
it's
the
that
higher. Yeah, so to an extent, the higher elevation you go, the colder it will get, and the tops of the mountains are frozen because of that. They have to be a certain altitude, but yeah, if you ever, I don't know if you ever
Right.
hiked anywhere higher and lower elevation, like the Grand Canyon maybe or something. But if you go into the canyon, so like going higher and lower throughout the canyon will change temperature, even in the Grand Canyon is what I'm trying to say. But
Yeah,
yeah,
no, I get that. Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, so then why are there like clouds like above that, like a couple 10,000 feet above it? Uh, It um like when the water vapor just like fucking freeze right above the mountains and shit.
It's an accumulation. It's kind of like whenever I said I did the experiment with the steam in the bathroom. Like when I opened the door, all the steam congregated at the top of my ceiling, and it just stayed there, and then slowly started to come down. So if you have a high enough congregation of steam, which is just water moving faster, which generates heat to a degree because it's now a gaseous form, you would make clouds that would indeed condense because there's less medium up there to cause heat. Like there's multiple explanations to explain why the mountaintops are cold, but it's like to keep it simple, it's just the closer you are to the ground, it's vibrating faster. There's more oxygen, more heat, and the higher you get up, it's just less medium to propagate, so it gets colder. But because of the way the hot air likes to rise to the top, that's where you have the accumulation of clouds. Those are clouds are technically still warmer than the atmosphere they're in, as far as like the mountaintops being cold, which is why the rain happens.
Yeah, I just couldn't imagine it really. Um it's really hard to think about. I even lost my train of thought now. Hold on, come back to me.
Hey, you know what? I still didn't get anybody to ask that question that I was trying to get asked earlier when they were talking about tilt is rotation or tilt is spin. I know Sacred saw it. I know Proud saw it. I know
Yo,
Xavier
yo,
saw it.
hold on. Look, I'm looking right. My bad, my bad. Just real quick. This dude, LAF Keys, is over in the globe space.
Yes.
yo,
Anti-flat earther already, bro.
yo, I said, go talk to your parents. He's bringing our evidence to them. Talking about what y'all think about this street dog tweet.
Is that what he said?
Yo,
I
yo,
love it.
Keys,
I
you ain't
love it.
listening, bro. I
I
did not
love it.
instruct you to do this.
And I love it even more because like even Peters is like sheepdog is like low hanging fruit. He's not even significant. Like, bro, I'm making waves, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
Feel me?
I think his parents
Oh,
already kind of know what time it is. Just the simple fact that they took him out of school, uh,
uh,
it gives a green light for me. So I definitely think he can deduce personalities. Like him and his friend are a little like new to the conversation, so they were just
hell
like
yeah.
hype and on 10, coming, almost guns blazing, but not negatively, just like sure. So we made them think basically. And at one point, even when was it Heckle or was it somebody else? Somebody was talking basically, and Sigurd asked them to explain what they were saying, and he was like, "No, you can look it up." And it's like, see, now if you were talking to Keys about it, and he just simply asked about it, like, "Hey, well, how would that work?" X, Y, Z, and you tell him, "Well, I don't have to tell you. Look it up. You can Google stuff, bro." Like, just coming off like that as somebody who's genuinely asking questions, like he'll see for himself sooner or later, like who those people are.
Hopefully,
Oh
man.
yeah. And I get the feeling that it's gonna be like Teen Wolf. Y'all ever see that movie Teen Wolf with Michael J. Fox? When like he started discovering the truth about everything and then like he come out of the bathroom and he's like freaking out and his dad's like, "Don't worry, kid. I know what you're going through." So like I'm sure once he realizes the earth is flat, he's gonna come out freaking out to his parents and his parents are like, it's okay. It is flat. We just we wanted you to figure it out on your own."
He's sitting in that room and he's gonna sit there and realize, like, yo, I am the youngest one in here of all these grown ass men, and none of them actually really came up there to help me. I had to call my other friend my age to come help me when these grown ass men were in my DM crying about these people. Like, what's up with that? Like he seems what's the word, you litness test? He seems emotionally like capable of making that discern, like, yo. these guys really didn't come over there. Like they tweeted and listened and stalked and they heard everything that was going on, but they didn't want to come over here and help. Like that is a little weird. So yeah, I definitely think he'll see.
Yeah, I didn't like how Joe B was tweeting at us saying that we're indoctrinating and lying to him and trying to indoctrinate him into a cult. And then when called out to come grab a mic, oh no, you guys are an echo chamber. I've already grabbed the mic in there multiple times, and I don't want to.
Talking about he struck a nerve. Well, that's what happens when you lie on people fallaciously. Like, fuck.
Hasn't been back since, especially after that. I didn't call you guys grifters. Okay, bro.
Man, I ain't seen him since he couldn't figure out what makes his model stationary and or in motion. Didn't know what to do with Newtonian mechanics when Witsit brought it up. It's been quiet ever since.
Hey, when Sacred brought up, he's like talking about the tilt, and then you're talking about like seasons, and the guy was like, "But you didn't include the tilt."
Yeah. And then when he was called out, he was like,
Forgot
"Oh, well,
about
I
the
wasn't
tilt.
talking to any of you. Then who are you talking about, bro? Who are you talking to then, bro?"
Demons speaking out.
Why'd you come off fight, bro?
Yo, that man was capping. He got a habit of doing that. He got a habit of just saying things and forgetting that, bro. Like this is gonna stay on the internet. Like we could verify what the hell you said. Even in that last week, the same thing had happened. I just thought that was like super interesting. It's like, bro, you act like everybody's not zeroed into this conversation right now. Like you can't gaslight 100-something people. Like what the hell?
So did anybody figure that out yet though? Like, so if I take a ball and then I spin it, right, on one axis, but then I stop that spin and then I tilt it perpendicular 360 degrees, did I tilt it or did I spin it?
I've been asking how do you tilt a ball since day one of this conversation, and I don't think y'all take me serious when I ask that question. So I just gave up. See how you laugh? I just gave up. I'm dead serious. How do you tilt a ball?
Did you see Bill's tweet? He's melting the brain of a bunch of Globers right now because he tweeted an image of the globe and the moon next to it, but that wasn't the point of the tweet. His tweet was, if you're in space, what is up and down to you guys? And they don't understand the fucking tweet. I had a dude send me an Xbox, bro, and I literally tweeted this. I was like, so Xboxes are synonymous with a globe? And I looked at my tweet, I was like, there's no way I just fucking tweeted this, bro.
Oh.
Man, I've always wondered how you tilt on a ball anyway. How did you know we're on an axis? Where's the axis on a ball, man? And why do these guys keep asking us for a model when they can't even determine whether or not we're an oblique spheroid, a sphere, a circle, a pear? Can't figure out what kind of gravity, but we got to give you a model and we got to be precise on this stuff? Come on, man.
Yo, Nicholas, that was actually my next question. Like, understanding why they forget that their motion requires them to be oblate. Like, it's like they almost want to ignore it at certain points and say, well, focus on the spherosity or the lack thereof. And it's like, okay, but in order to have that spherosity, you guys have to be in motion. It's not even like you can't, it's not like it's so even when we invoke geocentrism, it's like, okay, but you guys are literally saying you're oblate because of the motion. So you can't negate it when having this conversation. And I just be like, am I missing something? Every time we get to that point, they act like the motion doesn't matter when it comes to the spherosity or the stationary part. I'm just like, yo, there must be a geocentric model that's still in motion to why they say you don't need like the spherosity doesn't match. I don't know.
And not only that, then they're saying we got satellites out there orbiting this ridiculous shape, and it's got to be going in and out. And can you imagine if it was a pair going up around the pair and coming back? How does something do that?
Figure eights around the pair.
I'm telling you, it's like, but if we don't have the circumference of our flat Earth, it's got to be a ball. These guys crack me up.
Every time they talk to Alan, they want to talk about vectors, but not velocity. It's like, do you know they'll go hand in hand, bro? They go hand in hand, bro.
Dude, I ain't even lying, man. Finding out that we're moving 500,000 miles an hour, that killed me, man. I was like, how do these movies bring up star maps, man? They can't have a star map. There's no place on any of that, no planet maps out. You can't have them. They're all not even there.
I cannot believe I missed the opportunity to ask this question. When Keys was earlier, not Keys, it was his friend was asking the question. So on the flat Earth, if you dig all the way through, are you upside down? Isn't that the same response for the globe? Like if I dig all the way to China, am I now upside down?
Bro, I used to be in after school care thinking that shit, yo. They not about to gaslight me like that Mandela effect don't exist. I used to think I could dig too far. They used to tell us that, yeah, like if you dig far enough, you could get to China. Yeah, like we hit the
Yeah.
water table before we hit anything else, man.
We should
How about
do.
the? Oh, my bad.
No, what I was gonna say, we should all have a poll for each country, and we should ask them like on the globe, are you guys upside down or right side up, and just see what each country says.
Dude, that's what kills me too. I'm like, well, look at this globe right here. You see that you think that's what? Yeah, man, that's the picture of the Earth. I was like, so you see South America there? It's vertical. At what scale does everybody start being horizontal and walking
Don't
walking
understand
right?
that there's no direction in space. Silly flurfs. You'll
But
fail my class.
if there's no up in space, how do we find out we're tilted? And what about the guys on the other side? If they're also up as well, aren't you really describing a flat Earth? Because I mean, they both can't be experiencing up at the same time, right? On a ball.
Again, go check out Bill's tweet. It's fucking hilarious how they don't understand it.
Dude, it's like no one. I didn't even think about this stuff for 53 years, man. And now it's like, wait a minute on everything.
And they fooled me,
man. And the thing is I've always been cool. I was probably, I mean, don't get me wrong, it was definitely a culture shock right there. You know, it hit me down to the bone like everybody else. But I've always been into alternative realities and stuff like that. If I heard something that's like, oh yeah, this, all of a sudden it's like, wait a minute, the Earth is flat? What?
Hey Shinku, did you tell them that we're working on a new side research?
No, I hadn't brought that up to them yet. Yeah, guys. Yeah, we found something that's kind of synonymous with the ether that we're trying to decipher real quick.
Well, we got to find out if it's synonymous with the ether. It seems odd. Yeah.
Dude, just the thought of the ether, once you can kind of wrap your head around that, man, it's crazy.
Yeah.
We're talking about orgone, and it's like when you explain it, it's not weird. It makes sense. So like, if there's any people, like if there's any kids listening, I don't like anyway. So like orgone, it comes from like two words, right? The first word is orgasm, which is ORG, and the last word is one, so orgone. So what the doctor who came up with this said is it's like another element that is basically our element. It's our energy. So orgone is supposed to be our energy, our sexual energy, but if you harness it, and that goes back to semen retention, pranayama, meditation, all that type of shit. But if you harness it, you can basically put a force field of energy around you using your own contained energy. Orgone. It's so fucking tricky.
And they used it in the Philadelphia experiment to make a ship disappear. Or was it the Montauk Project? It was one of those two.
Dude, when you start getting into the ether and learn about frequency and everything it can do, that Philadelphia experiment, that's some blending in with the whole ship and everything like that. That's crazy. And what I think what Keith K posted. Didn't you read that the patent on there? How they had to do transportation and needed to just do your energy.
Yeah.
I'm
Yes.
sure.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Like. Yeah. Basically, I mean, and then again, like I don't know if you was in here, Cage. Like that guy Ashton posted about how the MH370 got warped, and it's basically synonymous with the patent that Keith posted about teleportation. Like what they did was the same technology.
And what's crazy? They were showing us that Star Trek, man.
They were showing you it in Star Wars. When Han Solo got melded in with the metal.
Well, I think he was frozen, man, in carbonite.
Same thing.
Is it?
How dare you disrespect the canonized lore and conflate those?
Don't be.
Alan's like, this ain't Legends. Don't do that shit.
Yeah, dog, you can't just rewrite history and make things how you want it. What are you, some sort of relativist?
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've seen Star Wars, man. That's probably one of the reasons why it was so easy for me to drop the ball. Was because like I never got into Star Wars, I never got into Star Trek. I did like outer space stuff, but it just those two movies didn't do it for me.
You either got into one or the other, man. There was Trekkies and Star Wars, man. There was very rarely did you have two. Star Trek sucked.
No, like when I was a kid, I liked Flight of the Navigator. That was a cool movie.
More like shit track, right?
But yeah, like Star Trek came out, and then Star Trek ended, and we went to the moon, and then Star Wars came out. So it was just a continuation of the saga.
No, yeah, they're on a 5-year mission to go boldly explore where no man has gone before.
I can do the Vulcan hand. Am I an alien?
Dude, then you start.
You got astronaut blood in your veins, buddy. That's what that means.
It's Adonis DNA. It's tiger blood, man.
Shinku, can you do it with both hands?
I can't. I am pure Vulcan, man. I practice. That was the only cool thing about Star Trek, man.
Only my right hand, sadly.
Same. What's up with that?
But I ain't gonna lie, a little bit of me.
You right with?
A little bit of me wanted to learn Klingon, though.
Wait, so hear me out, Proud. Hear me out. So I was born left-handed, right? And my kindergarten teacher was Catholic, and she used to beat the shit out of me when I write
Take
with my
that
left
shit out
hand.
of your hand and pop the shit out of you.
Yep,
Huh?
yep. So
Same.
now I write with my right hand, but I don't hold the pencil the way most people hold it. Like when they have like all their fingers pressed into a singular point, I hold my pencil differently, so that way all my writing is super sloppy. I have like a leftist, like when I write, I have like a leftist, left-handed like cursive like signature whenever I write. Like I curve all of my letters without trying to.
You know what? I think that's the psyop. I think we're all supposed to be left-handers.
I'm left-handed, and my aunt was too. And my grandma used to take the pen out of her hand and pop the shit out of her as a child. And she didn't do that with me. Like my mom wasn't going for that, so she didn't do that with me. But my aunt would take the pencil out of my hand and just put it in my other hand, and she'd get mad like I wasn't getting the same treatment, low key. But yeah, they tried to take that away from me. They tried to make me write with my right hand. They would always come and take the shit out of my hand and just put it in the other hand and just try to urge me to do it. To the point where my elementary school teacher had to call my parents and was like, "Yo, like she writes with both hands. Should we be concerned about that?" And they were like, "Oh no, just parenting."
That's bad. No, I had a girlfriend. She was left-hander. I didn't even notice it for like a good year and a half because she didn't. She wrote she wrote normal, like you write with your right hand. It's at a point when you write left-handed, they kind of like write backwards or whatever and stuff. No, she was just. And one day I'm like looking at her and like I'm watching her write, and it was looking like she was writing right-handed, like a normal person or whatever. Normally,
excuse me. What do you mean by normal handwriting people or whatever, man? Jesus.
Little bit there. I cleaned it up a little, but all of a sudden I'm like looking at her writing there, and I'm all like going, "What the hell? Wait, are you using your left hand?" And she's like, "You just noticed this?" I was like, because you usually left-handers usually kind of write with their arm crooked and stuff and be all like backwards and stuff, and she was just like, and I was like, a year and a half. Whew, yeah, this is when men tell you we're not thinking, we're literally on that.
I'm like confused. Like if I have kids, are they going to be ambidextrous or left-handed from birth? I'm super confused now.
But I did break my I broke my right wrist, and I was forced to use my left hand, and I can do a lot of stuff now left-handed. It's almost like I can't do it righty anymore.
I was so mad when I broke my right hand instead of my left hand. I still had to do schoolwork. They said, if you're talking, I can't hear you.
Nah, I was gonna tweet, and I didn't want to have to bring my mic open and close and shit. My bad.
Oh, I'm so mad at you, Sacred and Proud. Oh.
I was scrolling down this dude timeline, Keys timeline. He over here like, oh my god, I hit 300 followers for talking to the flat earthers. Let's go.
Feet in the streets.
Feel me?
I hope they don't teach them to be toxic, man. I know they hate a civil conversation.
Bro, he watches my McKeegan.
Oh, he gonna
He
come
knows
back
all
with
about
all
that
the
stuff.
tactics. He gonna come back with every tactic in the book.
Listen, I'm about to let him know who he dealing with over there. Like them the guys that took the L a couple weeks ago. Be careful who you standing so close to, Mr. LAF Keys over there. You might be listening back right now. Be careful.
Speaking of that, I don't know if I ever heard it last night. Was it Clay Jackson that had homework? Did he ever do any of that?
Huh,
No.
funny you ask. The answer is negative on all accounts, brother.
So he just
What was the homework, Alan? What was the homework?
He went
So
to bed and then he
temperature,
woke up and came
frequency,
right back
and
in
something
here.
else. Can't remember what the
Well,
last one was.
yeah, he wanted to pull with that stuff again. I was like, is this going to be your one trick pony? You look up and you see the moon, and somehow, some way, we're a globe. Is that what you're going to tell us again?
Bro, he went to sleep mad and then woke up mad.
Alert reset. The same thing happened in social media like 6 hours later, bro. We spent
Oh.
6 hours breaking down Mickelson Morley to him, and then 6 hours later he came back with the same talking points.
Well, my this is one of the cool phrases my dad would say when I get all mad and stuff. He's all like, "You mad?" I'd be like, "Yeah." He's like, "Well, you got the same shoes to get happy in."
Like guys, when he was in J Space on Friday, he wasted a whole fucking hour of our time talking about the moon, and we all like. I asked him directly because we were talking about the curve of the Earth. I was like, "Bro, how high do you have to go to see the curve of the Earth? I need an answer. I need a number." He's like, "Okay," and he
Well,
starts talking about the fucking moon.
everything was back to the moon. No matter what you asked him, it went back to the moon. So, how much curvature should you see in 5 miles? Well, when you look up at the moon, bro.
Back to life, back to reality.
You know what my answer is, right? When I'd say that, hey, somebody asks, how high do you have to go to see the curvature of the Earth? I don't know, but apparently you have to be so high on drugs. That's the only way.
Dude, the only way you can feel spin is if you smoke and drink a drink, man. You mix
Y'all
those.
not about to discredit P-Dubs. Remember, P-Dubs said we could feel the 1,000-mile-per-hour rotation, y'all.
I'm
Not
gonna tell
about to
you.
I
discredit
remember
that
that.
low birther.
I'm gonna give y'all a little hint. I think P Dubs is mentally ill. I think he's retarded.
I think he's got astronaut blood too, man. Or he's got like Air Force blood or something.
Yo, he give Josh energy. Sacred, you ever looked at it like that? He totally give Hasselblad energy. Now that I think about it,
Hasselblad seemed like he got somebody to care for him.
He
Maybe
thinks
it's P-Dubs.
he thinks that all the measurements are known measurements, but no one's ever actually measured them.
I could see Josh having something else to live for other than this conversation. He's not so much.
I mean, you
Hey,
see
how do
what
you know?
happened? You see what happened to Globinski?
All right, he don't even come back anymore, man. He's
Priorities.
mad.
Nah,
Priorities. Started
priorities got
saying, get your ass off that app.
priorities got
All them
moved.
L's in public like that. You better change that PFP
P-Dub said, or
over there.
Peter doesn't come in anymore. I haven't seen him in a while.
Don't
Last time
be putting us together in that profile picture.
I, I know the last time I seen him, he was talking about word salad or something like that in here.
Man,
I
that's
think he asked Witsit out for breakfast to grab a salad or something like that.
I think
like
it's
that.
Really weird.
I think it's vegetarians and getting hungry and want some salad. I don't know, man. It's a
They
good help.
never tell us what dressing they want.
Now I'm trying to think. Is there any dressing that starts with a globe?
Balsamic vinaigrette. Oh, Sagri! Oh, Sagri! Sagri, get him, Sagri!
Only thing was
Balsamic!
oh, Sacred with a slam dunk from half court.
I'm sorry,
Dad joke from hell.
Yeah, he made himself laugh. I love when Alan laughs like that, y'all. When Alan finds a joke funny, you hear it from his soul, man. I love that.
That therapeutic laughter.
I'm
Right.
over here, man. I'm crying. Oh, balsamic.
I'm scrolling the comment section. Yeah, we better be going to war. All these glopers, everybody disappeared. No, I take that back.
I tweeted
Awesome.
4 words to Peter. He told me word salad. It was 4 fucking words. And he said word salad. And I told him, soon we won't be able to tweet a single fucking character without you guys saying that shit.
Dude, that's literally all they say, man. Or as we're explaining their model, they say we don't understand their model.
We could teach them something new and they still say we don't understand it.
Yo, ain't that what Clay said to me yesterday? He was like, "Yeah, I don't really understand that, but I know that you're wrong about that."
Dude, what's crazy?
I don't know
2
how
plus
you're
2 equal.
wrong.
You mean
but I
White
know
Wolf?
you're
2
wrong.
plus
White Wolf.
2 plus 2 equals 4. What'd you say? You're a flat earther. 2 plus 2 equals 5. What'd you say?
Man, he said that he didn't, just because I don't understand or they haven't figured it out doesn't mean they're not on the right track, at least. But that's above my pay grade, and I have to smarter people than me figured it out. And I'm over here thinking, well, we're literally telling you what they're saying, man. So wouldn't you agree that we at least understand what the smarter people are talking about, and you should listen to us?
Don't
Yo,
give
I
him
No,
that
you're a
much
love when
flat
wiggle
we
earther,
room.
tell
man.
them facts
Not
from
Brian
their
Sweet. Don't
model.
give him that much wiggle room.
I love when we tell them facts from their model and they don't trust us. Like, sir, you could Google that. This is not a flat Earth.
How
Let
do
me tell
you
them
know the
preface it. This
circumference
is
is
not a flat Earth
24,901
claim.
miles?
This is not a flat Earth claim. You know, this is your model that you believe in saying this.
Well, you need to tell me what the circumference is of your flat Earth there. I'm like, well, we don't know. Well, we have a circumference, so it must be ours. they
Excellent.
they
Yo,
told
it's regressed so bad that they be like, "Look at the flirts using the science to refute our science," and they just never refute it. Like, yeah, we done turned your whole shit on you, and all you can do is laugh at the fact that we just busted your ass instead of actually doing something about it.
man, and Alan hit it right on the head when he brought up that what elevation crap. I was like, as soon as Alan said that on that when he was bringing up the Earth curve and stuff, I was like, that's spot on, Alan, man. I was like, that is so. What elevation you're at? I was like, bro, the higher you go up, the more of a ball you should see. The horizon should not rise with you. It's a ball.
It's one of those things that's like they're dangling $100 bill in front of you, and you take that $100 bill. Now you're gonna have to replace it.
You
They're
know, you
just
guys are
dishonest,
talking
bro.
about physics. I really don't believe you guys truly believe the Earth is flat. I think this is just a psyop, and you guys are grifting for free.
Oh, that's my favorite.
Bro, their dishonesty knows no bounds. When I was in their space talking about fusion reactors, I had just really started getting into it, so I didn't know the isotopes of hydrogen by their names. I do now. It's deuterium and tritium, but I didn't know at the time. So I was like, it's like starts with a D, starts with a T, and they tried to like flame me for that. They're like, you mean the D ho and the T ho? And after I left, somebody else came in there. It's like, yeah, he came in here. He didn't know what he was talking about. He said the D ho and the T ho. It was like, I think he meant deuterium and tritium. Yeah, I think that's what he meant. But yeah, he just didn't know what to say. So because what I said, I didn't understand the words. You guys tried to discredit everything I said, even though everything I said was fucking correct. But I just didn't know the words at the time because I had just learned them. Incredible. That shows their ingenuous dishonesty because no matter what you do, you can't win with them.
They're looking for the smallest W. That's how fragile they are. The smallest one.
A
And
lot
they
of decimal
You
places
started with
behind that
that.
W, Sacred. They're breaking
yeah,
it down to the fractions of a W.
The fractal
this is how small of a
the
W.
It's a
small
W.
W's.
It's a W approximation, bro. It's in
Dude,
another reference frame, and you can only get there through transformation. Oh,
it's all
that's
winter, brother. But
Hey, Alan, do you agree that 2
uh,
plus 2 equals 4?
yeah.
you're a Nazi,
Then the Earth is a globe.
Stupid.
Then the Earth is a globe.
Oh shoot.
man.
It's actually fine.
Man, they bring out a drop of water, man. This is how desperate they are. They bring out a drop of water to show curvature.
Or hey, Nicholas Cage, do you believe that 2 plus 2 equals 4?
Man,
It's a yes or no question, dude.
I gotta think about this for a second.
Come on, dude.
I'm gonna go with on every level of
Is 2
sanity.
plus 2 equal 4?
2 plus 2 does equal 4.
All right, so GPS works and the Earth is a globe.
There you go. And I got
Ask me.
and my cell
That's
phone.
funny. It's funny. We all have experienced the same exact shit with these people. It's crazy. Like, I come to them trying to help them. I feel bad for them, and then they just like try to like make it about us being like it's ridiculous. They just try to flip the script completely every single time. I don't know like what it is about. It's like, are they bots? Are they just AI? Like, what is this? I don't understand. Like the people who are
NPCs.
NPCs, right? The people who are actually
Whoever's doing
genuinely
it definitely
curious, they
lies.
come with an open mind and they're actually willing to learn. You can tell like right away if they're like that or if they're not. It's like it's instant. Like sometimes I just like to listen to them anyways because it's like I don't know. It just it's funny sometimes, right? But I don't know. Yeah,
Dude,
it's crazy. They're all the same. They're all the same.
Hashtag boosted.
it's Stockholm syndrome, man. It's the biggest case of Stockholm syndrome. No one's noticing.
Hey,
It's crazy.
Well, yeah,
I'll
like
I'll be
NASA is literally their
AFK for about
religion,
10
right?
minutes. I gotta charge my headset.
All right,
Okay,
now.
Alan.
Be back in 10.
I just wanted to let you guys know that you guys did not give the correct answer when you asked 2 plus 2. It actually equals 5. Okay, can you guys actually do the correct
Oh
math
my
here,
gosh,
please?
here we go. Somebody's gonna clip him up. Watch.
Come on, man. You know, have you ever watched these people do this Common Core math with all this box and stuff? I'm all like, bro, I had that stuff done. You're still working on. You really teaching?
Here's my understanding of it. When I was looking into fusion, if you look at the two isotopes, hydrogen and I'm sorry, the two isotopes of hydrogen, which is tritium and deuterium, when you smash them together during fusion, they make helium-4, but there's an extra piece of energy left over. Okay, so it's 2, but it makes 5. So that's why I'm like, bro, 2 plus 2 equals 5. Come on, guys.
You know, in some 1 times infinity multiplied by pi. debate or some YouTube video, they literally get it from like their four main sources: or Professor Idiot, McIdiot, Fight the Fat Shirt, and Simon. That's all they get there. They all sound the same, and they all get scripts. They all pay for their scripts, man.
Okay, so I heard an interesting quote. It's like there's three kinds of people: people who know, or people who see, people who need to be shown, and people who will never know. And I think that's interesting because that is roughly true. Like a lot of people need to be shown before they can see it, and a lot of people can just see it without even being shown. But there's also people who will never, no matter what you show them, they'll just completely refuse. And yeah.
I was just asked this question in real time, and I thought it was directed at me, but I thought I might direct it at the space as a collective question. Do you guys think everybody, like as far as all the elites, know about the existence of the ether, or only a certain handful do? Because yeah, I tweeted Elon, and people say like Elon might be a tool to wake the masses up. I still say he's a shill. Hashtag it's all of them. But if you guys were to postulate, do you think everybody know about the existence of the ether, or just a certain handful of elites?
I got
Very
one for
few.
you,
Okay, so
Simpu.
for instance, my friend joined like the fraternity of trying to join the brotherhood, basically, right? And he was in the lower ranks for a while, and he was only told what he needed to know, like specifically that, and nothing more. And when you climb up in the ranks, you'll learn more and more half truths that sound true until you reach the higher echelons. But even that's not the highest. Like for the Freemasons, for instance, there's the Royal Court of Jesters, which is even higher, and then there's other figures beyond that.
Don't forget the Order of Malta too.
Yeah, so I think everyone's on a need to know basis for every type of cult, and only the leaders know the actual truth beyond the truth. It's like there's half truths that go up the ladder, but they're never the entirety, and they could be told in metaphors or whatever. But until they know specifically what, very few people, like less than 0.001% of people, I would say. I don't know it entirely, so I don't think anyone here does either. But yeah, it's a very, very small amount of people.
Okay, yeah, I just, like I said, it was directed at me, but I wanted to get a collective answer. Okay, bet. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, because it's like it's easier again whenever the minority with the majority can control the minority. The majority with the minority type shit. So yeah.
Well, yeah, it's literally magic, because to someone who does not understand something, it's indistinguishable from magic, right? And the same thing with all technology. All technologies are magic to people who don't understand them. So, very simply put.
It'd have to reveal it to certain people though, as they get higher though. It'd have to be like a rite of passage. Like, yeah, you're down here, you don't understand what the fabric of reality is, but as you get higher, like, hey, yeah, there's this thing around you that you can't fucking see, but it's there.
Yeah, so manipulating the ether is one way that you can become rich, and to do that, it's the simplest way is just to focus your thought. How long have you focused on one single thought before? What was the longest time you literally held a single thought in your mind? Like, let me know.
Dude, that's the force, man.
That's a great question right there.
With you, man. That's what.
And that means without having distractions of other thoughts, a singular thought. Literally, all of your entire mind is focused on that singular thought. That's very powerful.
May the force be with you.
Meditation is key, guys. Meditation is key. Real meditation, not no BS meditation. Like real meditation, you got to cut off everything. If you got pets, look, man, cats can kind of chill with you. Cats won't really, but if you got a dog, like a hyperactive dog, you might want to put that bro in another room. It's just you and your environment, your permeated environment.
There's a thing called dark cave meditation. If you ever heard of this, basically
yes.
So you would sit in a cave for up to 7 days. And you can go on a retreat and do this. They'll have people who will help you. There's yogis and stuff who will help you. But what happens is after a few days, you start to produce so much pinealine that converts into DMT in the brain. It's a long pathway, but the serotonin turns to melatonin, the melatonin turns eventually into DMT or tryptamines. And you can basically go astral project for like days at a time during this. And you're not supposed to see the light at all, because the moment you see actual light in the visible spectrum into your retina, it stops producing the melatonin, and that stops the whole conversion. But,
sounds like a heartbeat room. I've been trying to find one to go meditate in.
Okay, so yeah, those are also quiet. The sound isn't as important. So when you're in a cave, you can technically, if you're in a deep, dark cave meditation, all of your senses are heightened to the point where you can see an infrared and ultraviolet as well. But beyond that, into the DMT realm. So yeah, it's very interesting, and that's one way you can reach very heightened states of meditation. But it takes a long time to do it, and you have to actually be dedicated. So
Have you heard of heartbeat rooms?
yeah, I have. So it's just like all sound is muted, everything's deadened. There's complete sound deadening in the entire structure, and you can hear your heart because it's the only sound really besides your breathing and your bodily processes. So yeah, interesting.
Yeah, like that's your toroidal manipulation. I've been trying to find a way to well, not even find a way, find time to go do this because it's like it's gonna take time to do it. But it's like my older brother told me about this. He's like, bro, I want to go do this and sit and see what your mind cook up, because if you're isolated with only yourself, what will your mind manifest? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. So I would recommend going in a float tank first. That's one of the best ways to do
Yeah.
that. Yeah, I've had really good experiences in float tanks. Basically, after some time, you start to go into this like dream state, kind of. But it's more like you can like focus completely inward into your soul. And yeah, I've had really beautiful experiences in float tanks. After I leave them, I always feel amazing. It's like I feel reborn almost. It's like taking like the best shower ever or something. Like I don't know how to describe it, but really refreshing. Your mental state's cleaned. Everything's like it's like you just meditated for hours. Yeah.
You know, Aaron Rodgers did the with a deprivation, the light deprivation, and he went in kind of detail on how he was preparing for it, and then how they reintegrate you. I think he only did it for a couple days, but how they basically to safely get you back into the light and the rest of the world. The facility that he went to made sure that he was adjusting correctly. You know, of course with the eyeballs, but there's also a lot of psychological stuff that they need to do to make sure that you're actually, I don't know, sound to go out and interact, right?
How long? Yeah. So wait, so what was his like report on that experience? Did he say it was profound, or was it what
I
was
only
it?
saw the before he actually did it, what he was doing to prepare. I didn't follow up, so I have no idea post.
Oh, okay, interesting. Yeah, there's a doctor in the past, John Lilly. He did experiments in float. He's actually created the float tank basically as it is now today. Um, but he would do experiments with a float tank near a dolphin facility where the ocean met the house he was in basically, and he said he could talk to the dolphins and that the dolphins have he figured out they have a really complex human-like language. It's actually more complex than the human English language, and yeah, they have higher tonal sounds that mix in with their regular speech that we can hear. It's actually amazing. I think there are ancestors from Atlantis and Lemuria Atlantis, Mu Lemuria Atlantis, and then where we split off from that species into what we are now, and they
You
hold
ever heard of
our soul memory, so to speak.
you ever heard of dolphin assisted
Cetaceans.
birthing?
Yeah, that's amazing. They did that in Hawaii. I knew that there's a center
It's
there.
illegal, bro. It's illegal now, bro. They won't let you do it. I'm actually looking for a place that I actually
Really?
might do it. Yeah, like they won't let you
That's
do it.
ridiculous. They're trying to stop us from having powerful children. That's why I think so.
Yes, because the dolphins will literally activate the pineal of your child in the womb before it comes out, bro. Like the kids, like people who have actually had dolphin assisted birthing have said that their kids come out and they're literally walking way before other kids are walking, talking way
super
before other kids
advanced
are
right
talking.
away. Yeah.
Dude, did you see that video of that dolphin that was blowing rings underwater and stuff, man? So, yeah, they do some crazy stuff with their sonar abilities. And yeah, it's supposed to help childbirth immensely.
What about that movie that Keanu Reeves did called Johnny Mnemonic, when that there's supposed to be like some certain hacker or something like that, some profound hacker, then he meets him at the end of the movie, ends up being a fucking dolphin. Nobody else remember that one?
Yeah, you remember what the premise was about of that movie?
Yeah, I watched it when I was like 10. I don't remember now.
There was a virus, and it was like the entire society was decaying, and this corporation had the cure for it, and it was a nerve virus.
Sounds familiar.
Didn't they put chips in their heads too?
Yeah, he's a smuggler.
Yeah, through his brain memory. I think it was like a whole gigabyte that he had still like storage in his fucking brain.
Telling you, gotta watch out for these cyborgs.
Come on, man, let us live, man.
Never Sacred or Proud. They're pretty cool though.
Man, you ain't never seen Terminator Sacred shit. I know you watched The Creator. I know you saw that.
Much love to my Sacred and Proud cyborgs. The rest of you kind of got me side-eyed though. No, that one was.
Yeah, bro. Like, and like again, bro. Like, I wasn't really a flat earther until like not even a whole year ago. It's just, and I was definitely into space, but I've always had an open mind growing up, so it was like super easy to adopt. You're super manipulative. No, I'm able to discern my reality without people telling me what to think. Right. So it's just looking at all the evidence, and not Q. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Not Q took me down the rabbit hole with his post, but then I came in here first time, and I was just like, yeah, this ain't a ball for real.
Yeah, discernment is the most powerful thing for that, of course. If you can think for yourself and question your reality around you, then you're already ahead of like 90% of the people out there. So most people don't question anything. They just like eat, sleep, repeat, go to work. It's just like the same cycle. They don't question the reality because they're so far behind in debt, whatever it is. They don't have time to do it. But now we have more time to think about our reality instead of just working consistently or whatever. But yeah, it comes down to like how much time we have to question instead of just get caught up in the rat race.
Hey, real quick, anybody on stage, everybody who's on stage right now, show of hands. Who here has an inner monologue?
Is that a real question?
Like, come on, bro. Like, come on, Sheep. What are you
No,
doing?
bro. Like half the world does not have an inner monologue.
Yeah, no, he's right. We're
Dude, I
no,
tell you what,
he's correct.
mine always have. If I wake up and try to go back to sleep, man, I get my all of a sudden But oh man, I lost my train of thought. Damn it.
Yo, I heard some people can't visualize things. Like if you tell them to imagine an apple or something, like they can't see it in their head. You guys can picture images, right? Like if someone's describing something to you, you can physically see it.
Well, that's
in your head.
Yes.
I can say, hey guys, picture a train in your head right now. All right, you got the train pictured in there.
It's going to Hogwarts, bro.
Yeah, the little exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking immediately. The little smoke chewing away.
Tell me you hear it can whistle now. Everyone can hear a train whistle. How did you manifest sound without hearing a train whistle in your head?
Oh, bro, I heard it, bro. That's crazy.
Dude,
must be real.
I think it's funny when I go to describe something and I'm looking like kind of past the person, and then the person starts like looking over the back of their shoulder, like I'm looking at something behind them. I'm just visually imagining it myself, and they're thinking that I'm looking at somebody behind them.
Or you just like staring at them with a dead stare because you're actually visualizing stuff in your mind, and they think that you're looking at them, or what?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like instead of like, I don't know, giving them the blank stare in their eyes, like looking at them weird, I kind of look away from them as I'm kind of imagining it myself. I don't know. Maybe I'm the only one that's.
Or I mean, how about, have you ever looked around and you saw someone looking at you from behind and you just knew they're looking at you without looking? Like, what is that?
Oh, I know
That's
what
string theory.
I know
string theory.
Yeah, the heat of their eyeballs.
Well, for instance, like we know that like birds can actually communicate human faces to each other in some type of like hive mind, like they use telepathy or something. Because there's no way you can discern facial features with like high pitched bird freak sound. I don't understand. Like, how could they tell how a specific human looks out of a whole group of them and tell the other birds how that human looks? Or what other animals were doing that?
The monkeys, the 100th monkey.
No, insects were doing that as well. Yeah, the 100th monkey effect, and that goes into like an esoteric belief that if enough people
ants.
believe something, it'll just be in all the minds of everyone, right? And I think that's kind of true because we have a connected consciousness, and animals do as well. They have a shared consciousness. I believe that.
That used to be what herd immunity was before they changed the definition of it. Herd immunity was like if enough people had an immunity to something, the rest of the herd would also be immune because of the energy that everybody shares.
Yeah, I think someone was talking about that earlier. There was like this study, whatever they were teaching monkeys how to clean papaya or something like that. And once they taught that, they started teaching other monkeys, and it said once they got to a certain number, that when they went to a different island, the monkeys were cleaning the papaya that way.
Yeah, it's incredible. They must be sharing some type of consciousness across even probably infinite distances for all we know. And it just must be connected in their DNA, or I don't know what it would be, but
traveling through the ether.
Through the ether, yeah, propagation through the ether. Scalar waves, for instance, travel instantaneously once they're connected. I had this scalar energy device that I could set up in a field in the house, and there's experiments you can do with it by putting different things of your DNA on it or other things, but it can act at a distance basically. And a scalar wave would basically just be a connected, like entangled line of frequency, and that instantly travels because like you can imagine, like let's say you have like a long pole and someone's holding the other end of the pole, and when you push it, it's instantaneously transferred to the end of the pole because um there's no there's they're already holding the other end, right? It's an instantaneous transfer of energy. It's kind of like that, but it's working in a field or a wave.
Hey, if the 100th monkey effect is true, then why isn't alien technology rubbing off on us?
Maybe I think it already is. Like microwaves, for instance, apparently came from a deal with gray aliens from Eisenhower's. I don't know if this is true, but they also was the crop field that showed microwaves basically, and it showed a gray alien, and he was holding up a dish, and that was when they gave us the technology supposedly. But this crop field it had a message on it talking about microwaves and all that. But yeah, so that's interesting because the way the crop fields are like broken at the nodes, it's like it doesn't harm the actual grass. It breaks at a specific frequency. It's not like a person, like a farmer, could go out and do that and do it the right way without like damaging the grass or getting them at different angles. It's like all bent at the exact same angle, and they're not harming the grass at all. So those are interesting too. It could be by a psyop by the government as well, but I don't know.
Yeah, they keep on bombarding us with frequency and radio waves and vaccines and nettles in our food. That's why we can't see any of this stuff.
Well, I'll tell you specifically, when I got vaccines when I was younger, I got sick every time after. Like they gave me like I don't know, like probably 40 to 50 vaccines throughout middle school and kindergarten and stuff like that. And every time I got one, I was sick right after for a while. Sometimes it was so bad I felt like I was going to die. It was just really bad sickness. And then when I stopped getting vaccines, suddenly I never got sick again. I just never got sick one more time after that. Like I haven't been sick in like 10 years or more, you know. And I know it's like only anecdotal, but um, that was my experience. I don't know if any of you have similar experiences with vaccines or not, but
Oh yeah, it's been 3 years since I got sick.
Yeah, my grandson was vaccine injured in 2017 and took his speech for a while, slowed him down in his learning development. And we had to concentrate on his gut health to try to recover from the MMR shot. So it's been a little bit of a journey, definitely a big hiccup. But
I used to be pro-vaccine.
Don't vaccine.
I used to be
Nope,
pro-vaccine. I was in the Army, got every vaccine known to man, got out of the Army, got into healthcare, continued to get all the vaccines up to date. And then I kept taking the flu vaccine. I'm like, why am I taking the flu vaccine when all these other vaccines
And
are
it's
like one and
interesting,
done?
to be honest with you, because like,
can you hear me?
Some of the big things that they use is the
yeah, I hear you.
influenza.
I hear both of you talking. You're both talking. Yeah.
Can you hear Sheep?
No, I cannot. Sorry if I interrupted.
Drop down and come back up real quick.
Yeah, man, I was against flu vaccines. I heard they always gave you the the vaccine for last year's strain because they're never up to date for the current strain. I was like, well, that's kind of stupid. And the only people I ever heard get the flu, most of them they got the flu vaccine.
Oh
Everybody,
yeah, no, I stopped getting the flu when I stopped getting the flu vaccine.
Like the last shot I got was the tetanus shot, and it wasn't even. I didn't even really want the tetanus shot. It's because like my friend moved out of his parents' house, and he couldn't take his cat with him, and I have cats, so I was like, yeah, I'll take your cat with me, and I took his cat, and his fucking cat bit me, bro. Like bit the shit out of me.
Shinku. What
Wow.
bacteria causes tetanus?
Well, what's interesting is
nothing.
Look, man, look. Like I said, this
Rust,
is before
ain't it?
like I really got deep into like that like that viruses and all that bacteria. Like it's like man-made construct. So like I went to the doctor because my finger swelled up because she bit me on my finger and my finger swelled up and I let it sit for like 3 days and it kept swelling. I was like, okay, I don't want to fuck around and die. So I was like, let me go to the doctor real quick because cats' teeth, like they can go really deep inside you. Like I've been bit by a dog too, but getting bit by a dog and a cat are two different things because cats' teeth are like needles. They go really, really deep inside you. So like she punctured my finger super hard. So I went to the doctor. The doctor was like, yeah, you're gonna need a tetanus. And I hadn't had a tetanus in years. And I got that shot. Dude, my whole arm was unusable for the rest of the day.
Wow, yeah. So there's one way you can easily detox from heavy metals in the vaccines and all these things. It's with carbon 60. That was it's also found in like shilajit, which is like a resin found in the mountainous areas. But the carbon 60 basically captures and pulls in heavy metals and other particulates, and it heavily cleanses the body of these things. So you should look into that.
Yeah, I don't take shots no more. Like after that, like I think like when COVID happened, I want to say that I quotation marks did get it, but I didn't get like a shot or nothing for it because like when it happened, people were like, "Oh, 2020 COVID here." I got it whenever people didn't know about it, which was like late 2019, and it was just like a really bad flu. And I just toughed it out. I just had Arizona, like the green tea Arizona. If you put that in the kettle and heat it up, it actually tastes really really good hot. I just drank that and I was good.
Nice, yeah. Arizona's fire.
Man, they raised the price on it too.
Wait, the cans of Arizona went up in price? I didn't know that.
Yep, they sure did. Build back better, man. We're gonna vote our way out of it though.
So yeah, the carbon 60, by the way, I posted a picture on the link. It has the lizard man, the reptile holding that handbag. It's the Anunnaki specifically. And all those stone reliefs that depict them show them holding like this handbag, and they have like what looks like a watch or whatever on their wrist. But the handbag contains carbon 60, and it's basically they can be used in nanotechnology as well because it's like a straight buckyball of carbon, like it's all carbon, right? And it can be used.
Bells.
What's that?
I've heard those described as they're carrying bells as well for frequency.
Say it again. Bales.
Bells, ding dong.
Oh, bells. Okay, that's interesting too. Yeah, so from what I know, they carry around a carbon 60 like amount of that, and they can use that as like to heal and do other things. It's like they can control it with frequency, and it can be used to do anything almost. It's like nanotechnology, and nanotechnology can be used for good or evil purposes, of course. But when it's found just in the buckyball form by itself in a carbon structure, it can absorb free radicals and different things as well. So.
What's the first thing that come to you guys' mind when you do like a meditation? But whenever you do like a mock meditation, like whenever you put your hands to like the little symbols and you guys sit there and with the crisscross, what's the first sound that comes out of you guys' mouth? Lately on the tweeted this.
That's funny.
Apparently that's the same sound that's emanating from the firmament. She said that like people have measured the vibration coming off of it, and that's the same sound that they register. It's the
Well, so it has to actually
Found
contain
out.
the A. If it doesn't have the A at the beginning, it doesn't. It's not the full actual
Yes.
word. because it has to. The A is the beginning, the O is the like sustained middle, and the M is the ending. So it's like an entirety of creation, operation, and destruction, which is the same as the Trinity of gods in Hindu mythology, and also the Trinity in other religions as well, right? Or you can also say God as in generator, operator, destroyer. So it's all three.
It wouldn't even
And
be
would be a yeah, it's all three of them because a is a beginning consonant or sound or vowel. It's the vowels, yeah, and then the end's a consonant. But
that's why I think Dragon Ball Super was crazy when they implemented the gods of destruction, because the whole word God can be an acronym for a god of destruction too. So it's trippy.
yeah, they have all three, and then Zeno would be like Vishnu or something like that. Where right? Yeah, Grand Zeno.
It's also a myth that the vowels carry a separate toroidal field different than the other sounds of the alphabet. It's just the 5 vowels, a little bit more of a different effect.
It's a myth or is fact?
Well, it's esoteric is what it's considered. So,
yes.
it all depends on how you want to look at esoteric.
Well, there was languages that never used vowels because only the priests could speak the vowels. They're most powerful, yeah. But now English is just all over the place, and everyone's creating and doing all these things without even knowing what we're doing. Everything we speak is a spell. It's crazy. It's chaos. It's chaos.
Yeah, I would imagine if I sat down to test, and measure with the frequency, a stethoscope per se, I'd probably find it to be true.
The thing is, we used to be telepathic, and yeah, we lost that ability in recent times. And
this is shown
being
in Godzilla
telepathic, we wouldn't have to speak vowels or even use a language, because we can just get a thought across to each other with pure telepathy. And I wish we still had that ability. I wish more people had that ability, at the very least.
This is shown in Godzilla versus Kong. I'm not gonna spoil the new movie, but the first Godzilla X Kong, you have what's her name, Gia from the Iwi tribe, and the Iwi tribe is supposed to resonate from Skull Island where King Kong was, right? And Gia's supposed to be deaf. Okay, Gia's deaf. They communicate with her via sign. King Kong communicates for her via sign, but without really spoiling too much, in this new one that just came out, you find out that the majority of her people communicate via, you guessed it, telepathy. So it tracks that the rest of her people, including herself, are deaf. Because what's the point of speaking when you can just think it?
Man, the thought of being able to do that is so trippy, especially when you realize we basically do it on a low key level anyway. The way we get goosebumps on our arms and all of our hair stand up, the feeling you get in your stomach, trust your gut. Somebody said something about all of a sudden you want to look over your shoulder because what's going on behind you. All of a sudden you want to look behind. So you feel the vibe of the room. Oh man, your smile lights up a room. Oh man, good vibration. Oh, they're just throwing it right in our faces, man. Then you realize that you're actually walking through invisible water. Then you can realize that all these animals are out there doing sonar. They're doing that in real water. Why can't we do that here in our invisible water?
I think we do it a lot unknowingly in the back channel. That 100th monkey thing, once again, we're all resonating at the same frequency, on the same wavelength. Next thing you know, I'm bringing up something that he was just about to say. It happens all the time.
All I know is I want to be able to see some dragons. It's actually kind of how one of the steps that got me over here to Flat Earth is seeing this guy talking about how the mountains were actually old giant trees and stuff. And I was like, what's this guy smoking? And all of a sudden I'm like, holy crap, I think that's a tree. And all of a sudden I was like, hey, go check out Mudflat. And I was like, oh my God, there's a dragon there, a dragon there, a dragon here.
He said, oh my God, I think that's a tree.
Tree. Because it panned off. I'm watching it. It was like a close up on it. I was like, well, there you go. There's a tree and pulled out and it was fucking mountain. I was like,
Wait a second. This is why I said they tell us the truth and everything. Cage, you're the best, bro. Holy, like, guys, if you're not following Cage, anybody listen, you gotta follow this man, bro. Because every time he says something, it sparks a thought in my head that I didn't even think would be sparked. Bro, you just said a tree in the ocean, right? Dude, have anybody in here read or even watched the movie called Guardians of Gahul? Anybody?
Oh, I love those books. The whole series. I read it as a
Bro,
kid. I love
yes.
it so much. I love it.
Did you read the spinoff with the wolves? Look, regardless.
Wait, what? The spinoff? What?
There's a
What?
spinoff.
She
There's a
be getting
spinoff.
so
I
excited,
didn't know
yo.
that.
There's a spinoff. There's a spinoff in the
Guardians, hold
same
up.
Guardians of Gahul universe, but it has wolves, bro. But regardless of that, dude, whenever the Guardians where they gather at, bro, it's literally a tree in the middle of the ocean, and it's so far out in the ocean that the owls have to fly during the day. That's how far it is, and if they can't make it, they fall in the ocean. So only the Guardians, the strong, mentally willed people, will be able to fly out there.
Yeah, I love that series how they wrote about like in detail about them flying from in first person. Like they were like describing their wings and all the altitudes of the wind and how like there was differences in the wind from different heights and how they had to find like a pattern in the wind to fly in or like just describing like their wings and like how their muscles worked and all that. That's awesome, yeah. But yeah, that's just a really good series by the way, that book series, yeah.
Scholastic Book Fair was my place, bro. The book fair, dog, bro. I'm sorry, I was in there.
yeah, I gotta tell you, man. Being as living here in Arizona, we got all these mesa tops, and plateaus and stuff, and they keep on saying these were like made from the wind and stuff, and then I'm over here looking at the Rocky Mountains, going, "What's up with that? How come the wind didn't knock those down?" So I had an issue with those, and I seen this video on giant trees, man. I was like, "Oh my god!" Then I started looking at all these giant trees.
Book was crazy, bro. Cause it's like crows don't mess with owls, bro. So it's like the distance they had to fly from where they were, they had to fly during the day too. Like they started at night, but they had to fly during the day too. So like some of them were getting picked off by the crows. Some of them were just just falling into the bro. Them books are great. Guardians of Gahul, guys.
Crows are my enemies for life, I swear.
Bro, no, respect the crow. Respect the crow. I'm telling you guys right now.
Respect the crow.
Corvids are the smartest bird. Screw a parrot. Screw a parrot. 100% screw a parrot. If I had a bird to be on my shoulder, I literally be like Rick Sanchez. Crow Rick, listen,
Amen.
crows are the smartest bird you will ever come in contact with. They will remember your face. If you fuck with a crow, it will be a generational beef. He will screw with you until you die, and he will make sure his kids screw with your kids until they die. It will be a generation. Don't fuck with crows.
Oh, yeah, how
Dude.
about the fact that like a majority of alien abduction experiences have owls or like surrounding them? Like owls are literally like somewhere in that either the site of an owl or they'll remember like the image of an owl, the symbology of an owl. Like do they use owls to like cloak themselves or something? Like the aliens, right?
If you look at an owl, it looks like a toroidal field.
Yes, owls have.
Oh yeah,
owls have
interesting.
a toroidal field and a Fibonacci on their face.
They gonna clip us up, y'all.
Man, look, we spit knowledge. If they too dissonant and ignorant to understand what we saying, that's their own problem. If y'all say word salad, grab a fucking thesaurus and figure it out.
Like y'all heard Shingle scared of crows?
Oh, you know what? Hey, man, as far as crows go, man, if it's 2 crows, you're okay, man. It's the 3 crows and more you got to worry about.
3 and
How
up
are
only.
you still, guys,
3 and up.
still going on? I mean, freaking legends. I slept 2 times already. What the fuck this day?
What's up, reality?
What up, fam? Golly. What
I
a
told the
legend.
knuckleheads I owed them from last week because we shut down like 5-6 hours in, so I had to put in some overtime for the gang, man.
Golly. Well, props to you guys, man. Golly.
Nothing
You
but
bring
love.
this whole you guys bring this whole shit to a whole other level.
I appreciate you, man. It's good to hear from you.
Heck yeah. So are we talking trees now and giants?
No,
And
no, wait,
dragons?
hold on, facing.
I'm loving it.
So hey, bro, does 2 + 2 = 4?
No, it equals 1, man.
No. It equals that's the new word for scientist.
Hey,
Come on,
what was
come on,
worse?
man. I just need to know, does 2 + 2 = 4? Just be honest.
know everything.
Just say yes. Just say yes.
Yes.
So if 2 + 2 = 4, then GPS works and the Earth is a ball.
Correct. It's very simple. I mean, it's common sense.
Ball logic.
Yeah. It's
Ball
funny when they try to explain something, it's always like it's really simple, and then nothing comes out of their mouths.
It's really
It's
simple,
funny.
but they can't explain it. Can
Yeah,
you-
exactly.
Go ahead.
Well,
And
how can you walk on the curve of the earth if it's not curving?
What's your elevation?
Oh, that is epic,
How
by
can
the
you
way,
ignore
with you
all the
guys.
evidence?
Yeah.
Hey yo, Sigrid, sidebar. You see another Saturn Day space going on right now?
Do not turn me up right now, Proud.
I'm sorry. I'm
Oh,
sorry. My bad. My bad.
Hey,
Saturn days.
do not.
I'm
Saturn
loving the
days.
newest what is it, strawman, or no, not really, but when you say, okay, so if it's not curving, what is it? Dude, that is freaking epic.
But it's
The
totally
mental gymnastics that these guys go on to just
Uh,
to
uh,
avoid saying the word is freaking hilarious.
What's really
Bro, they be
crazy
looking
though?
like Carrie Scruggs, man.
Do you guys see the other live that has 25,000 people in it? It's literally propaganda about Iran and Israel. Like what? Like
That is
25,000 people are listening. That's sad. That's fucking sad.
that's Mario space.
I have no idea whose
Who's
space that
hosting?
is. It just says live new attack by Iran against Israel. But
Yeah.
like we all know it's all
That's that
propaganda.
shit.
Like it's all propaganda.
It was like 60K in here.
You had 60K in here?
No, and that space you talking about.
Oh, okay.
And I don't even see it. So
Have you guys had grandparents that survived the war, the Second World War?
Yeah, I do. My Omi and Opa, they came from Germany. My
Yeah.
Opa was in the army for Yugoslavia, Yugoslavian king, and he found my Omi and wifed her and came to America. And they came on a boat. They had no English, nothing. They had to start from zero, and then they had my dad and my uncle, and yeah, rest is
Do you
history.
still
But
remember the stories that they told you, or no?
yeah, my Omi said that her village was bombed multiple times. She had to escape to another place before my Opa found her, and she said that he was the best thing that ever happened to her. So
That's usually what real men do.
she was
But
poor
yeah.
too. She had to steal potato skins to survive when she was a kid. She was so poor that she couldn't even get food. The farmers would literally like not really give them anything. She would have to steal the potato skins that they were peeling.
Yeah.
That was the one story that really stuck with me.
Yeah, what is it called? Hunger winter or something in Europe after
Yo, I wonder if
during the
he's talking
Second
about
World War.
Diddy.
Yeah, I'm
Sorry?
I'm Serbian, German, and then a
Nice.
bunch of other stuff. But
Because
Shout
I
out to
heard
my
stories.
Serb.
I
Rob
have
Nazemia.
deposition.
Rob Nazemia.
I have deposition of my grandmother when she was 95 on her birthday. She was telling me some stories about the family tree. And then she led into the orphan train story, which blew my mind because I never really
Let's
knew it
go.
existed. So she had 3 brothers that were put on the orphan train. So it's definitely interesting times 100 years ago.
Yeah.
So
My Opa was also in a concentration camp for almost 3 years. And the stories that he told me when he was really getting older are not resembling what mainstream history wants to tell you. So most of the victims
They
of war
changing the
back
history?
then. Sorry?
They changing the history?
Oh, dude. So my Opa was paid by the government for his whole life. supportingly for war crimes victims or all these things. And he survived only because they had a hospital there. He got tuberculosis, only had a half a lung, all that nonsense. And then as soon as he started, so his last year before he died, he started to get delusional or the delirium. And then the real stories came out. How he was playing football, how they were barbecuing, how they made furniture, how good they were treated there. And the stories that came out of his mouth didn't even come close to what they want to make us believe that the Holocaust was. And that literally shook my core belief. It's insane.
That's
And
very
he
interesting.
yeah.
Yeah, my Omi and Opa recently died after they got the vaccines. But yeah, in the months leading up to that, they definitely they were talking differently. They were more happy. It was like, but they were like
Yes.
going wild back and forth. Like it was like they were like in confliction with their own thoughts. Like they were like,
Yes.
yeah. So I could see that. I wish I knew more. I wish I talked to them more before they passed.
Same.
I had my Omi start writing a story. She was writing like her life experiences. She was typing it. She had arthritis, so she couldn't really type as well. So I was typing for her sometimes. But yeah, that's really interesting. I wonder if there's more they didn't tell me, or if it's more like that. But I know my Opa, he definitely got shot because he had multiple bullet wounds, like 6 or
Yeah,
7.
same as mine. Yeah.
But yeah, knowing
I'm-
knowing the actual circumstances or the actual truth is, I'd love to, but there's no way now I can really know that.
Exactly.
I
I just
guarantee
see
you
a
they
lot
forgot more
of
than they remembered.
yeah, I just see a lot of similarities between that and let's say science and NASA. In the end, they're all actors that are being paid willingly or unwillingly.
Right.
And
Well, the crisis actors are everywhere nowadays. It's like every news station has a crisis actor on it now. It's like you can't
yeah,
look without seeing them. And I don't know how long the propaganda was that powerful, because I know there was a law that was recently passed during Obama's administration, I believe, that
Yes.
basically legalized propaganda. Right? If that's from my
Right.
understanding, it legalized propaganda, and
yeah,
that's like that was probably a turning point into like the most ridiculous news stories and all this stuff to try to take away our guns, take away for gun control specifically. Because yeah, if we have no guns, but that'll never happen. Like the United States is so like pro gun, there's no fucking way. Like you might be able to
yeah.
disarm like half the population, but the other half will have like 5 guns to make up for it. So as far as that
And
goes, but
isn't it interesting how Obama passes a propaganda law and makes it acceptable, and then 10 years later, here he's got a producing company, broadcasting producing company making movies, right, with propaganda.
Yeah,
It's
my
just
Opa
real,
always
just
says, yeah,
weird things happening, as far as coincidences. But no, those don't happen. They're just random. I forgot. Never mind.
yeah. Yeah, my Opa always
let's
said,
suppose
don't watch the TV because it's a propaganda box. So I pretty
I
much never really watch TV.
telling
hey
lies
let's
to your
let,
vision,
let, let
television.
hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let's Civil jump in here. What up, Glove?
Oh, you're all good. Everyone's hopping back and forth. I didn't want to hop in like that, but I hope you're all doing good. Um, there was something he said about like the owl face. I kind of wanted to like there was like I mean you've been going for over 24 hours now, so it's like there's a bunch of different topics you could actually jump back on if you want to really go back in time. But just recently, he said the owl face, and it's like, oh, I got to clip us up, but nobody really like kind of like what's he talking about owl face. Well, I kind of wanted to like just say like if you look up, I think it's called a pharaoh cell, something like that. Basically, it's like you take
Yep.
like a glass plate and you have like oil in there and some lights around the edge, and you put a magnet in there, and it'll show you like the magnetic fields and the lines there. You know, there's specific words. It's like convergence, divergence, whatever. But if you just look up Faro cell, you'll find it out.
Ken Wheeler.
Yo,
Yeah.
speaking of
Yeah, it shows.
divergence,
I think it shows the flower of life pattern, and they may even associate it with, oddly enough, the flight path of the predicted International Space Station, quote unquote. when you look it up on the computer, they kind of all resemble the same thing, I think, is the pattern you start to observe with all that.
Flat truth. Did you see the post that's right at the top of the jumbo with the ISS's path? It looks like that, bro. It looks exactly
Right.
like
Yeah.
track.
Yeah. That's exactly what I was referencing to. You kind of can notice that. You know, and I'll tell you, for what it's worth, I grew a garden last year with electroculture. I noticed the same pattern in everything that was cropped. So it's very, very interesting. It really does support the golden ratio. They call it the Fibonacci sequence. So you see it in magnetism. You can see it in the center of a sunflower. That's the most obvious. Tomatoes, they show it pretty good, but the pattern's there. It's everywhere when you can look for it.
I would
Yeah,
argue
but
the
it's just a
Greeks.
coincidence.
That's
I would
right.
argue that the Greeks knew the golden ratio perfectly. Like if you look at Greek/Roman architecture, you see like they have space in all of their buildings. I take that as like, yeah, a lot of buildings that we see now in downtown places are like, blocks, skyscrapers. That's just for sound propagation, but we'll get into that later. But it's like if you look at the spaces in between the old ancient Roman and Greek architecture, I would postulate that they allowed that space simply for the ether to pass through. Simply for that, bro. Like you are in enclosed environment, like you have a roof, you have quotation marks doors, you have barriers to keep people out, but you're still open to your permeated environment.
Dude, they got buildings in the Middle East that were built to where the ether would come in through the top, and by the time it got down there, it was cooling the building down. And that's no air conditioning out there in the middle of the desert, just chilling.
Like
Well, if
radium
you look at
heaters.
those three pyramids that are in Egypt, they're built at the center one is designed to be the center of the flower, and the two smaller ones are kind of built to be in the center of the 8 that the sun and the moon make over a 1-year revolution. And ultimately, the shadows that present over the course of a year ends up making like the flower of life, which is really, really weird
Yes, so that's
for
actually the
being random.
chamber. The flower of life is contained in the pyramids because that was an astral projection chamber. So the pharaoh would lay within the king's chamber, which was actually a float tank. There was salt found in there, and they would lay in there and astral project through the star patterns into through the portals, basically of the stars, and they would heal their energy bodies because they were damaged. But that's why the pharaohs actually had the pyramids. They were a tuning chamber to heal the soul and the many energy bodies of our soul.
Let me throw a stick in that. Let me throw a stick in that real quick. So Phone Booth Pod posted something that if you can grow bismuth crystals, right? And yes, that there was like 1 inch or a couple inches of salt in each pyramid. Yes, this was conclusive. However, if you add a vibration to bismuth, you can grow it. So it's like there's another postulation that pyramids were grown out of the ground, bro, because you can grow bismuth crystals in your crib.
Well,
I mean,
specifically, yeah. So the
I would
Egyptian,
dispute
the
that.
emerald tablets of Thoth the Atlantean actually talk about this. That the pyramids were placed. They weren't like put together piece by piece. They were like placed instantaneously from a higher dimension. So it wasn't as if each block was placed there and the gold was put over everything like that. But it was all placed there instantaneously from our perspective.
I mean, add
The,
another
the
stick.
pharaohs did not build them. They were just they were there to heal the pharaohs, and that's why the
Inherited.
Thoth and the other gods of the Egyptian pantheon were the ones who were responsible for healing the pharaoh and watching over that land. But that was during the age of Leo, I believe. So it's not even. That's why the pyramids are all destroyed now. Because we're in the age of Aquarius.
Let me add another stick to this. Anybody listening, I recommend you guys please go watch Godzilla versus Kong. I'm not spoiling anything, but it's pertinent to discussion. There's a scene in that movie where they're down in Hollow Earth, and there's like 3 guys, and they're looking, and they're trying to pick up this huge block. It's like a pyramid-sized block, right? And they're able to pick it up. And the dude who's watching to pick it up literally says, wow, that block has to be at least 1,000 pounds, something like that. They're able to manipulate the gravity down here to make things lighter so then they can pick it up. And I'm like, yo, that is the damn pyramids for real.
Oh, okay. So have you seen the Coral Castle in Florida? Research that. It's called
No, I
Coral
have not.
Castle. this guy can magnetically levitate giant coral blocks that weigh tons. He does it by himself. He basically puts a frequency. It basically makes a negative or a positive charge on the block, and it somehow levitates from the ground because it's an opposite. I don't know how much energy it uses or what he does with it, but
Man, there's
you can
Howard.
actually visit. He has a whole like guided tour. You can go there. It's Coral Castle in Florida.
Yeah, there's Howard.
Okay, great stuff. Great stuff.
There's Howard.
Pause. Hold on. That is one of our options for episode 100. Go in there. I can go there. Twitter got this live features thing now. I could possibly even live stream and go there and we could all walk through the tour. I will say though, I think I went a long time ago when I was young, to the point where I didn't even know that that's what it was when we started talking about it. And I don't know, it's a weird vibe when you go there, and it's like you're going there for this attraction, but they tried as very hard as they can to make it seem like it's not a big deal. So I find that to be weird now in retrospect. But yeah, guys, that's an option.
What about the creation of precious metals? Since we know that we can electroplate stuff, but we also have like, do you know how to extract precious metals from a fluid or where it's dissolved in? So you can dissolve gold, silver, pretty much every metal you can dissolve in liquids and regrow with current, direct current, low voltage, and you literally grow. It's called a silver cell. You could look it up on YouTube. Well, if we are living in an ethereal field where energy is always around us, what if they were capable of manipulating that energy field and literally creating precious metals on the spot?
I think that that draws the line for me personally, because I respect the laws of nature, so I don't know if I feel like I'm just short of that. That's why they kind of give us a 0.999 pure gold, 0.9999% silver. Because there's just that 1/10 of a tenth that we all are appointed that time, and that's just all there is to it. And then
have you ever
become
seen a silver cell work?
Nope, not really. I mean, I'm just a common
Look it up.
man, really, to be honest with
No,
you.
just
So
look it up. It's really interesting. The first time I saw it, I was literally baffled that you could just create a liquid with silver nitrate already in it. So it's more conductive and it has chemicals, of course, in it. And you can put impure metals on top of a basket, submerged in that liquid in a stainless steel jar, and then get the positive current go to the medium that you want to dissolve into pure silver. And it will literally dissolve depending on the chemical formula and the voltage and the amperage that you use. It will only dissolve silver and literally will grow on the stainless steel pan. And since the moon is also associated to silver, there's probably more to it than meets the eye.
You know what's crazy about everything you just said? Everything that you just said can literally be just brought down to vibration, bro. Not taking anything away from what you just said. Everything
No,
you said
I
is
completely
correct.
agree.
Am
Yeah,
I
I'm
the
just
only
using
one?
terms that people understand.
Am I the only one?
vibration.
Am I the only one relating this to a Rick and Morty episode when they had this gas cloud that created gold?
Here you go. I mean, we also know that petrification is not what they told us. We also know
his name
that
was
these
Bart.
trees used to be petrified in a different way, same as most mountains. I've been doing a lot of research in it lately since I'm now living in the Portuguese mountains. And you can literally see that the mountains, the rock, is literally based off different biological things that it used to be. It's just petrified in a different way. So if they can control and manipulate the way that you can petrify things and therefore create the statues that we could never sculpture by hand,
Yeah, like
it makes a lot
nucleophilic
of sense.
transition. Yeah,
I have
like
a
you
post
see
about
the
this, bro.
same YouTube videos. Yeah.
I noticed in my journey that there's always been a fascination amongst the greatest of the great to turn lead into gold. And that's kind of how Hermetic started to work out, alchemy and all that. So I mean it's definitely something to it for sure. I think on the nature side of it, I think that's where the luminaries come into play at. That's kind of why they reference Sunday for gold, Moon Day for Monday silver, and so forth. They've got precious rubies and metals that are all alchemy together, a perfect vibrational frequency that gives us the pure. So if we can replicate that, I think that's probably the best you can get to grow it. Crystals grow, so um, that's definite a thing. Um, but something tells me it's like fine wine; it's got to age, no matter
Yeah.
what. That's part of the process. I think. I don't know. I'm just speculating.
No, you're right, bro. That's one of the Naruto in the Naruto franchise, Naruto and Naruto Shippuden. They have stuff called Kekkei Genkai, and the Kekkei Genkai is literally a combination of multiple elements or a higher vibration that multiple people can't have. Like Haku, he used ice style. That was a Kekkei Genkai, which is a combination of it was water and air, chakra release, and then you have the Sharingan, which is a Kekkei Genkai Dojutsu, which is a eye vibration. It's crazy shit in there, bro. Like the Kekkei Genkai literally tracks with what you're saying.
I mean, who doesn't admire the cathedrals? I was recently in Spain in the big one, dude. Once you walk in those things, how could you even think that that was built by common men that
Dude, man.
supposedly were
Bro,
shitting in the
your
streets?
voice, you sound like Iwar Anan, bro. That's awesome. Your voice is exactly like Iwar Anan.
Really?
Yeah, you sound like him. The same way you just said that about the cathedrals, that sounds exactly like him.
Hammer and
Just
chisel, bro.
respect for that, yeah.
It's insane. It's mind-boggling, to be honest.
They say some of those took over. One is like 632 years. It's ridiculous.
Go for it, Bill.
The
We all vibing right
cathedrals,
now.
yeah, as well. The cathedrals were also for healing. They used the cymatics
Yeah.
to heal. I wish we could recreate that with like an organ and a building.
You
We,
can.
we
That's what
probably could,
cathedrals
yeah,
were,
very
bro.
easily. And if we had that, we could literally create a religion around it where they couldn't come destroy it because it's a religion, right?
Bro, that's what
But
cathedrals was for, bro. It was never to
Yeah.
go inside of a cathedral and worship, like for quick quotation marks, a
Nope.
deity or god. It was for you to go inside and for you to get hit with the healing frequencies. That's all cathedrals were. It's for you to
Right.
Just
manifest
look
and heal.
into
Facts.
modern worlds. As soon as we start building big and put a sane amount of money in it, it needs to have a purpose. We don't put money in something if we can't get something out of it in return. We don't build a bridge for billions if it won't make us money in the future. These cathedrals were no different. The amount of time and money spent these things can already tell you that there was more to it than meets the eye.
Oh yeah, you can
Have,
like I'm
they
I'm
didn't
here in Ohio, and you can. There's a lot of the old school copper steeples, and the thing that separates them is the riverbanks. They literally, you can tell how they were set up for communications and what you'd mentioned, hospitals per se, healing centers. Um, you can just tell that some of the old world is still standing.
Yeah, and then we
Com-
just melt down all the bells and say it's for
Yeah,
the war.
all the bell towers are
Yeah,
empty. I
exactly.
promise you, there's no bells. Maybe one or two churches yet still do some jingle at high noon. But for the most part, you can see where some new brick has been added to the old brick. Toledo, Ohio. It's one of the. It's a historical town for sure. The state of Ohio, all of this whole area. I mean, there's a possibility that somewhere in history, the Mississippi River may have been known as once old Nile River.
Yep.
What's
Okay.
up, Bill?
Those buildings, man, they don't have bathrooms. Those old cathedral stuff, they weren't built with bathrooms. Those were added later.
What's up, Bill? You had your hand up, bro.
I was just gonna say I posted in the little pill down there that you can melt stones or basically carve them out with a vibration on something as simple as a copper drain pipe or a brass drain pipe. and shape it any way you want and get any carving that you want out of it, right? And you can get these really delicate things, like they got to where it looks like lace almost. It gets really interesting. And then when you go into the churches and stuff, you look at the type of material that they're made out of. I almost bet you they're piezoelectric.
It's that YouTube link you put in the pill, right?
Yeah.
Bet.
I don't know who was next between Glow or David.
Mine was pretty quick. I think it was on Coral Castle. The little dude, if this is the same dude I'm thinking of, he was a small guy, and he was building the garden for his wife. I don't know if she was like ill or had already passed or something like that. Don't quote me on that detail, but he supposedly sent
Just
off the guys that were delivering the rocks or something like that. He sent them off for lunch, and when they came back from lunch, the rock was already off of the truck, and it was like some astronomical, tonnage. And all he had as far as tools went was just like basic, like hammer, chisel, like nothing really in there. So it was a mystery to all these different people that were involved on the construction of that, of how he actually was able to place these rocks in the straight balance and sheer, just knowledge behind it. Yes, baby, yes. So I think that was the same guy.
Have you looked at old marble statues and the detail that's behind them? I personally think that there are either a petrification process of giants. And I had tweeted about this, and people can call me crazy. I really don't care. So I was like, I tweeted this, and I was like, guys, the fabric detail on some of these marble statues is like actually like ridiculous. And I postulate that maybe these were petrified giants, because personally, if I was a ruler of a kingdom, if I had a quotation mark statue outside of my kingdom of a petrified giant, that would be a significant show of power, completely invalidating Vlad the Impaler's heads on a spike. Just saying.
do you really think Medusa was a mythology?
Look, man. At this point, the way they try to show us stuff in media and all that stuff, and I'm a big Greek head. Like I'm a super Greek, like Percy Jackson. Like bro, I'm a super Greek head. So it's like when it comes to that type of stuff, that is my bag. Yeah, bro, that's real. Like it's like Pegasus. Like I mean, Keith had posted a thread. I can't even find it. I think he deleted it, or like Twitter deleted it. He posted a thread about unicorns, bro, and it was substantiable. Like that's crazy. Like if you look at even if you look at horses for like knights, they have like cloth on the knights, right? I mean, not the knights. They have cloth on the horses. So you have the knights in their full metal armor, and they have cloth on the horses. So if you really want to use your head about this, if their suits are fully metal, they were obviously tapping into the ether, and their swords were obviously doing it as well. Lightsabers, okay, knights, Jedi knights. Come on, guys, you can follow me here with this. So if the horses had cloth on top of them, that was to keep them from getting shocked. And if they had unicorns and Keith's patent, the unicorns would literally go to the water and put their horns in the water. Why would they do that unless it was to make the water living?
Yo,
Star
put
Force?
some Michael Brenner alchemy gravy in the jumbotron for you, Simper.
Please,
While
thank you, Ralph.
wearing a Faraday cage.
I want to remind everybody that even matter charges, and once you get the right combination, you can do anything. So miracles and magic and all that is not all that mysterious.
Right. You start alchemy with the nature, and it's basically the seven intelligence of what's out there. Music, astrology, astronomy, grammar, chemistry, alchemy. I didn't already say that. Geometry. That's the number one.
I don't
Because it
care if you
requires all this.
guys. I don't care if you guys don't like anime or manga. Go watch Full Metal Alchemist. Disclaimer: Full Metal Alchemist is an anime. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is more akin to the manga. Manga is Japanese comics. So Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is more akin to the source material. But it comes down to the same generic point. Full Metal Alchemist is about You guessed it, alchemy, the law of equivalent exchange.
Hey, Bill, you were talking about is Medusa real or whatever? Post up there in Jumbo, man, a video on some old statues made out of marble, man. There's some incredible detail in these things, and they're told they were all made by hammer and chisel, apparently. But was the actual Medusa real, or was some technology that did that possibly real?
Sun gun. Sun gun.
You never know, man. Yeah, man, they got one statue there where they got a face on it, and over the face is a light veil, and that seems kind of impossible. And I think they had some sort of type of stuff.
Civil. Civil. Civil.
Yo, civil.
Yo, I mean, I still have my hand up from last time. I was letting y'all finish
Nah, you
because
good, bro. Tap
y'all
in
are
with us.
popping off. Y'all are like fucking a minigun, just truth, 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 truth.
Bro, just
I
tap
mean,
in with us, bro. We kind of knocked out
unlimited
right
ammo.
now.
Well, I mean, there's a couple things. I'm still thinking from way, way back, several hours ago, someone was talking about the pyramids, and they were like, I mean, come on, dude. Don't you just look at the pyramids and the stars? They thought the earth was flat, and obviously it's still the same. And I was, and now you guys talk about the pyramids again. And I was like, oh man, it's coming back around. And you're talking about Obama. I don't know. I actually wanted to raise my hand about Obama. That's because you guys mentioned it. And I don't know. I wanted to know what y'all think. He's actually, I think it's up there at the top. Yep. The very first pin post there in the space. It's did you know? And it's Obama. He's getting an interview done, and he was giving his ideal third term. So he's like, my ideal third term would be if I could give orders through an earpiece while I'm wearing, he said, give orders through an earpiece to a front man, front woman while he's in a basement wearing sweatpants. And, they'd kind of handle all the ceremonial stuff. That's like what he said. And then, I kind of wanted to know what y'all think about that. But also, way back, when the pyramids was being talked about, you're also talking about Christopher Columbus. And there's another video there. It's like the third one. I just put it up there. And I can't stop thinking about it. It's Bush, right? It's the father Bush, not little Bush, but father Bush. CIA Bush, basically. And he was saying, he was like, back when Christopher Columbus he defied the Flat Earth Council, and his actions still pay off today. And it's like that can only make me think of like this whole space agency. Actually, like supposedly Christopher Columbus, he died like I think it's 1505, and then the first globe was 1511 or 10.
No,
So
man.
it's like
The
it's
globe
a
was the globe was out in 1492, man. Why did he
okay.
why did he have to go searching for a shortcut if they already had a globe?
But the whole thing is like these presidents, right? It's presidential that Barack Obama, even Justin Trudeau, he's mentioned that, and George Bush, they're all talking about the flat Earth. Like, why would they even be talking about it if it's so old and doesn't matter? Like George Bush, he's over there like we still have to combat this flat Earth mentality today. It's like they want to shut off the free exchange of technology and machinery and food. And it's like that's
Wait,
exactly what they're doing.
am I tweaking? You said 1492. If I remember correctly in school, 1492 Columbus sailed the ocean blue. Is that the rhyme? Am I correct?
You sure did.
Yeah.
Okay, so they had a globe in 1492 for real? Are
Yeah.
you
That's
kidding?
the whole point is the earth, flat earth and the globe. He was like, oh yeah, that's what they want you to think is that It
They
was
already have
the
a
whole
globe, man.
flat Earth was dominant, and he was just like, "I am the globe prover."
Why is he looking for a shortcut when they already had a globe? Doesn't make sense. How can you discover America when you already got the globe? What were they doing when they made the globe? We'll just add continents if we find them. Screw it.
And another thing, y'all talking about frequencies and stuff. I mean, if you don't know, you gotta know. There's a video of it's water droplet going through a frequency sweep, and this just regular water droplet got like a light so you can see it, and they play a bunch of different frequencies on it, and this thing does the most perfect geometric patterns you've ever seen in your life, and it's just vibration, and sound is vibration, so it's like you talk about that. Some people are saying that's the cure to some diseases, even cancer. It's just like the frequency. They're thinking
You know what's
just
crazy?
reset it.
I love this, dude. I love it when somebody comes in and they're pretty much kind of brand new to the discussion. And you're basically like telling us what we've learned over our time. And we appreciate it because it means you came to the own conclusion on your own. So that's a big bonus for you right there, man. You're on the
Talking to
right
me?
track. Yeah.
No,
Uh,
ironically, Steve, I feel the opposite. I be feeling like it's unfair when I talk to somebody that like just regurgitates the same thing they were taught, like some like an everyday civilian, like somebody who hasn't looked into interferometry, and like they come out of nowhere. You believe the Earth is flat? What about? What about? What about? And as soon as I see those gears turning, it's like my baseball cap is going backwards, and I'm like, yo, like I could literally step on everything you're about to say right now, but it just feels so unfair. It's
not
like,
no, not that. Not that. I'm talking about what Civil was saying. He's like talking about sonoluminescence. He's talking about Obama wanting to be running his third term sitting in the basement while somebody else is a front man. Like this is all good stuff. This is stuff that he found on his own without coming here to Flat Earth Fridays to learn it from somebody else. Like he did his own research.
That's
So I
right. Let
commend
me
him for
let me
that.
let me drop another one because we're playing BOB, right? Right? Fucking science, bro. What the fuck, bro? He's got look it up on YouTube. Look up co-producer BOB. Just type that in.
Yo,
I'm
leave
telling you.
B.O.B. alone. Glow
Come on, man.
speaking
What
of
is
which,
going on with the music industry,
speaking of
man?
which, last call, y'all. Last call. Final thoughts, concerns, comments, or ad-homs, please. Last call.
Well,
But
I'm feeling you on that one, proud. Whenever someone brings up Coriolis as a fact, I know for a fact they've never shot a gun in any way, shape, or form.
well, it's not even that. It's just like when they come into the conversation new, like they never met us, and it's like, bro, you just jumped into the arena with Mike Tyson, right? Like, he just jumped in with Floyd Mayweather. I'm
Right,
sorry,
like
it's
people
sorry to
who
break it to
never looked into flat Earth and then decide to go debate what's it. It's like, yo, good luck.
Oh, that upcoming debate, that's something I'm looking forward to.
Oh, me
Bro,
too.
go.
That's gonna be on
Let's freaking
InfoWars,
go.
big time.
Yes.
You
Oh,
know,
The 23rd, I think.
in
Is it the
the
23rd? That's
Yep.
awesome.
10 days
purple
out.
pill, I posted a video that I made early 2020 of the moon, and in the background you hear a stream of Witsit. That's funny as fuck. That was over 4 years ago.
Man,
Alan too. Doesn't Alan have a debate on the horizon?
Yeah. Oh, same day. So Witsit will be debating in the morning at 9 a.m. Central, I think, and that same day I'll be debating at noon on Aaron's channel.
We might
Well,
have to
there
do a
goes
watch
your brain
party that whole
cells.
day, guys. We might have to have a
Yeah.
A whole day party.
He
yeah,
says
just hang out in Discord.
that's in 2 weeks and 2 Saturdays. No, 10 days. He said so. That's on a Wednesday.
I watched McToon get smashed on his triangulations stations for surveying. As he was trying to say that the stations prove curvature because they're outside a 180-degree triangle or angle or what have you. But after further examination, it was found that all angles were to be within 180 degrees, proving that the Earth was flat. And that was on a live YouTube debate.
Yeah,
I say
dude. So
about probably 8 weeks ago. The guy's name was Chad Thompson that pointed it out. And McToon was like, huh? What? Oh, I guess I'm going to have to go back and check my books, huh? Was it.
dude,
Game over,
that's
man. Smashed him.
that's so sad, bro. Because he's actually seen that 3 times now. He's that the if you go to mctune.net/se, all those Arc of the Parallels, most of them give like I was just saying, they give measurements that are 180 or sub 100, and the way that they get excess, the way that they get more than 180 degrees is through calculations, right? And assumptions and corrections and coefficients. Coefficients, a multitude of different ways that they can account for refraction, different, dude, up to and including longitude corrections, bro. If they're off, they can just you know, wipe the slate clean, bro. So like it's
Right.
crazy. It's crazy when you go through that data set and the claim that like, oh, these these measurements are, it's just raw data. It's just uncorrected. It's like, brother, have you ever read the book? There's a whole thing, like just search control F corrections and then or just read the glossary. And then it's like, what are these planetary corrections you say? What's this deflection to horizontal you say? How many transformations are you doing? Lateral refraction? You know, when we do observations, they say, I need to know your lapse rate every 10 feet. I need to know what the refraction was, how hot it was every 10 feet. It's like, bro, have you met the arc of the parallel? The thing that your whole ellipsoid geoidal model hinges on? Yeah, have you met my friend refraction geographic refraction coefficients relative to the area, dude, that you could just apply uniformly to get your geoid observation on, so that you could turn any planar observation into just enough to give you a little deviation for your spherical axis, so that you would have the exact amount needed to get the equal 3959, because in 1859 a guy named Gauss figured that out. He came up with the for it for spherical excess. So if you already have a model in mind with a radius, you can use that theorem to figure out how much spherical excess would have to be measured over the area of that sphere. So once you have that, you can come up with coefficients with you'll never guess who came up with the refraction coefficient that everyone. It was Gauss, the optic guy. So anyway, once you have that established, you can use this coefficient to turn any optical observation into an observation that will resolve back to the radius of the off of spherical excess. Right. So like it's not even
Yeah.
it's
Sounded
just
very arbitrary, right?
yeah, it's just math. And like there is refraction and stuff, right? But it's like, does that mean the Earth is a globe? No. But anyway, they figured all that out, and that's what it's all based off of. No spherical excess here. Shout out to that dude
Fucking
that
Alan.
that pointed that out to Tune right right in the middle of the battlefield, and he's just like, "Oh, I'll have to go check that out later." Like, nah,
Oh,
dude,
yeah. It was destroyed. Game over, man. Yep.
so
Chad Thompson. It's on
gross.
YouTube.
Oh, that's
I can't
epic,
remember the
dude.
guy who hosted the debate, but it was pretty good. It was right about an hour into a 2-hour debate. Just man knocked him out of the park. It was over. Game over.
Dude, that's epic. If are you able to give Pizio a mic? I think he's trying to request one again. Bugged out or whatever. Back. Welcome back, Pizio.
So I kind of got just a
Guys, make
Hail
sure you
Mary real
save
quick,
your
though.
make sure you save any of the pin tweets, any content that you see, information that you resonate with. Definitely grab it, save it, send it to yourself. Tap in with any of us and make sure you get anything that you're missing. Once again, last call.
Yeah, I'll get that. I'll
Can I
get that
just
out
throw like a Hail Mary here?
So,
Like
well, hang on. I
just
just
one.
want to put out a thank you,
All
proud
right.
and sacred. Man, the extra long space today was a treat, like for real. Going, taking a nap myself and coming back, and like my eyes popped when I seen y'all was still open, dude. Really, dude. this was one of the best spaces I've ever been in. Just having everybody up, the pure amount of knowledge, that came through today was just unreal. I do appreciate that. And I was also gonna say, what's up with the after space? Phantom, I seen you came up, bro. Anybody else thinking after space? I don't know. What's up anyway? Y'all can talk that amongst yourselves. And thank you.
Somebody got to drop down for PZ.
Yo, I'm gonna drop
I got
down.
it, man. I dropped down. Love y'all.
Peace sheep.
Yeah, I'll drop out too. Y'all, thanks for having me up. It was nice. First time here. I got X just for this, so I appreciate the hospitality. Love y'all. Stay flat. Stay true.
Appreciate that, man. Really, that means so much to us. You and all the others who literally created this platform just to come and rock with us.
For real, that's major love, man. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh, thanks for bringing me back on. Yeah, I just wanted to kind of add on to the end of what Alan said there, man. Well, I know a lot of people who are like devout globe defenders, and what I find interesting is it's this geodetic surveying is like the only thing that they ever talk about for like hours on end, every day, day by day, week by week. I mean, they'll talk about other stuff here and there, but like that is their like bread and butter of what they conversate about. And we had like a week or so ago, we had a guy come in, and I actually was just wanting to give him the space to explain his position and why he thought it was such a strong position against, the Earth being a plane as opposed to a sphere. And when we got through it, bro, we ended up doing the numbers, and he was like, "See here, you got spherical excess." I'm like, "Bro, this is 1/100th of 1 degree of excess." And he's like, "Yeah, do you know how much that is?" I'm like, "We're taking measurements over hundreds of miles, and with all the variables in play, including, the entire refractive index of the entire optical corridor, along with unknown variables of, you know, atmospheric fluctuations, which are nearly impossible to model with supercomputers, as well as like human error and mechanical imprecision and anything else that accounts for a potential variable. You end up being off by 1/100th of 1 degree from a perfect measurement, and you just say, "Yep, it means the Earth's a sphere." It was, I don't know, man. Like,
The craziest thing ever, man. And they can't deviate from it because that's all there is, guys. That's all there is. You don't realize it comes down to fractions and fractions of a degree that can't be substantiated, that you would never know. Like you're gonna tell me based on this fractions of a degree with all these factors that PZO just mentioned and more. You're gonna tell me based on that people are antipodal to me, bro?
yeah, like I can watch like those video cameras that they got sitting on bays looking across a bay all day long, and I can see not over 150 miles, but over like, 2, 3, 4, 5 miles across a local bay, the extreme variation of like, what looks like meters and meters and meters of change of the opposite shore, like, several tenths of a degree, if not like, more than that, of just something that's not even that far away, simply due to local variations in the local atmosphere. And you want to tell me that over hundreds of miles, all the summations of all the variations that are occurring couldn't account for this, like a 1/100th of 1 degree, bro? I don't know, dude. It's almost as if like they know how like ridiculous it is to cling to that as a position, but I really don't think they have anything else, because they can't engage on interferometry. They can't. I mean, that is like gone for them, completely gone. No, I can't even touch it. They can't really engage on, relativistic covariance. They can't engage on the constancy of C. I mean, there's just so many things that they're not actually able to touch because experimentally those things have been falsified. So then they just go back to the good old Well, I took my theodolite and let me adjust my Glober glasses, right? And I measured a mountaintop really far away, and I didn't get 180.0000. I got 180.01. So it's not flat. Like I don't know. I'm not trying to be like mean or mock people, but it does get tiring, man. Like when this is what you deal with, and that's the same old tired arguments go in a circle, and then you offer people explanations that of why this tiny fraction of a percent of variance is potentially there, and they just don't want to know. At the end of the day, you can't help people who are totally and fully invested in rejecting truth.
That's one of the first questions I tend to ask now is, would you want to know if it's not a spin phone? Because if you don't clear away that, and it also gets them in the mindset that they're admitting or they're declaring, they're claiming they would want to know. And if they just want, and it's really hard for people to claim that they don't want to know. They just want to think they already know. So it puts that out there right away. If they, hardly anyone's going to say they don't want to know. So it's a little bit of a trick, but it makes them realize that they have to actually want to hear what you're saying. Then you can't just say, "Oh, I'm ignoring you," but I really want to know what you're saying at the same time. So
Absolutely. I always want to make sure to check myself, and we all should do this. I mean, I encourage every person in this community to always check yourself and make sure that you're also aware of like your own biases so that you can be intellectually honest with yourself and anyone else involved with the conversation. Because one thing that I found, and this is me being real, this is not me like trying to play favorites on my position, is that intellectual honesty within the context of a debate on this topic is often hard to come by from people who are in the globe position. It is very few and far between that I meet a very amiable, agreeable, friendly individual who's willing to come to the table and just be intellectually honest about the conversation. And that should tell people something. Anybody who listens, who researches, who looks into this topic, it should tell you something if all the proponents who defend your position and try to usher in what they call the truth can't even be intellectually honest and operate in good faith. Why is it that the people who are striving to maintain this higher standard for themselves of intellectual integrity and just respect in general, right? Why is it the fact that those people are the ones for the most part who are coming from our side of the court? That should
because
just be a hint, right?
because they really don't pride themselves on intellectual integrity. They pride themselves on being seen as intellectual, and they realize, that the zeitgeist of the day still isn't completely accepting of the idea of somebody thinking that all of science, the way they think about it, is invalid. They can't go there because it's like an avalanche that they automatically just pops in their head, an avalanche of being ridiculed, and
Yeah,
that
bro.
the being seen as someone that's not up to standards of what people in general expect. It's the
Yeah, bro.
opposite of they assume. Yeah.
I do have faith though that I think that our perception of their, like, I'll call them, we'll say Globers, right? I think our perception of the Glober community though is a little bit skewed simply because the ones that we actually get to interact with in this context are most oftentimes the ones who are triggered or who have like a vested interest in wanting to defend it, right? So we're not really getting that many encounters with like the average, normal, everyday person who's just an objective truth seeker who just wants to simply like look into things and find out what's real and find out what's true. Those are more rare in the context of this type of environment when we conversate about these things. Usually the ones that come into a platform like this and speak to us are the ones who are more, uh, against our worldview, so to speak. So if you continually only interact with that type of individual, it can skew your perspective on like their entire community. when in reality, I think I have a lot more faith in people in general. I think that, you know, the average person is not that is not that negative, is not that hard to deal with. I think people when they, you know, if impartial viewers who aren't really invested so much in one side or the other, if they come to this conversation, they listen to it, they listen to the content that gets put out, they listen to these, you know, more formal, structured conversations, they're going to be able to see which side is speaking from a position
Yep.
of you know, intellectual superiority, from a position of
Right.
evidence, from a position of experimental validation, and which side is speaking from just a bunch of fallacious reasoning and ad hominems and anger and
Yeah.
salt.
It's overwhelmingly obvious to anybody that's unbiased. I would say 9 out of 10 people, because you would figure, okay, how many people on an average out of 10 would you say have common sense? Almost everyone, right? Has some common sense, or at least enough common sense to see the obvious, right? So I'd say 9 out of 10 at least would see the obvious if they come in unbiased or just, you know, just really wanting to know rather than wanting to think.
Yeah, man. And I'm looking over here right now. It looks like you guys have, man, kudos to you, Sacred, man. Y'all broke 40,000 views on this space, man. So that's a lot of people getting reached, dude. You know, even if some of them are repeats, if you think like at the very least half of those are unique and probably closer to three quarters, you're talking 20 to 30,000 unique viewers on here, man. So like, you know, 30,000 people, that's a lot. That's a lot of people who, you know, tuned in and, you know, got filled in on some really useful information. And the other thing about this movement is, in a lot of ways it's a largely silent movement, because for every one person that you have that chooses to invest time and reach out and branch out into the community and have a voice that can be heard, you've got 100 or more who are supporting them, who aren't willing to voice their opinion because of all the repercussions that can follow from it, right? There's a lot of people who have become educated on this subject and on this topic in private, or only amongst their very, very close trusted people, who you're never even going to know, who you would never know. You'd be so surprised, like the actual number of people who know about these things and just choose not to like speak about it a lot, because in a lot of people's minds it's like quote unquote social suicide, right? Like they don't want to get mocked, they don't want to get, you know, dealt with in some, you know, unfavorable manner, so they just don't worry about it, don't talk about it much, don't let it affect their lives. But they know what's going on, they know that NASA's lying, they know that they're being, you know, a lot of things are being covered up and people are working actively to deceive them. So I'm the reason I'm saying all that is, don't let it, like any of this get you down. Sometimes it feels like you go a long ways and you go a long time, um, dealing with like a lot of negativity or people who just don't want to see things your way. But for every one of those people who comes in here angry, who wants to argue and troll and do all those things, you got a dozen, 20, 50 or more people who listened and were affected positively by it, and you'll just never know because you never got the chance to talk to them. So that's what I wanted to say on that, man.
Yeah, it really does reach the. I think there's a lot of people out there not saying anything. It's like I was thinking some metaphors we were going off about that, because it's like the kid at school that you found out was really cool, but he's like kind of nerdy and geeky, and kids have always picked on him, you know. And instead of being like, no, this kid's cool, you know, and telling everybody, you know, oh, come on, you don't see what's up. You know, his reputation precedes him, and maybe he did some shit before, but now he's cool, and you want to let people know. But a lot of people just, you know, most people might just keep quiet about what they think because they don't want to be judged for liking the kid that everyone else hates or whatever. I don't know. But I think, oh, there was something I had to make sure to tell you, because you especially with the frequency knowledge you've obtained. There's this video I have to find where they were doing like a test with a group of people in like a chamber, and they were measuring the frequency of the chamber according to the feelings that the people were all trying to express at the same time. And the video starts with like, if you were to guess what the strongest emotion that someone could have actually is, according to this test, most people would say love, right? And if it's not love, it might be hate. And she's like, it's neither. The strongest vibration came from people who were authentic, and they were expressing their true selves, being completely honest, authentic, genuine. That emotion made the highest reading of like the resonant frequency in the chamber. And I thought it was so cool. I can't find the video again, but it was a short. It's hard to find shorts sometimes, but it makes me think of some of the things that that you were saying when about watching these videos or watching someone like Witsit who has that genuine resonance to them, and it's so powerful and so effective and so real.
That's interesting, bro. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, hit it up in the thread if you can post it.
Yeah, you guys add such a dope dynamic to Flat Earth Fridays, man. I really appreciate y'all pulling up. New speakers, new sauce, new listeners. We pushing what, like 26, 27 hours? It's crazy.
Is this the most views you've had? Is this 40K? Is that the most you guys have had?
I think when we got our purple pill, we kind of went crazy that first day. We must have had like 60, 70K or something.
There are some posts that we've posted that have spiraled the Globers to 60K impressions, but the most listeners might have been like 230 max. 200.
One time, you mean? At one time.
Yeah, at one time.
Was that like super late when I was KO'd? I saw your listener cap, like it was like 200 plus though. Good shit.
We did it off the strength out the mud too. That's what's dope about it. Yeah, let's hear from Phantom. My bad, Peter. Go to
No, I'm
Phantom
sorry,
real
man.
quick.
My bad. We talked at the same time.
Yo, what's up, man? What's going on with you?
Big Phantom in the
Phantom!
building.
Yeah, I'm here at work, so it might be a little noisy, but I heard you said you were about to close it down. I just wanted to tell you, man, just keep challenging the reality that everyone has been provided. You're doing a great fucking job. You waking up mad people, bro. On some real shit, you really are. You know, and I'm listening to you, and you sound like a fucking genius, bro. Sacred. You sound like a fucking genius, nigga. Now you don't even sound like a cyborg no more, nigga. Now you sound like a fucking genius. For real, I'm so impressed. Been listening since yesterday. So keep up the good work, man, for real.
Yo, it's good to hear from you, Phantom, man. I miss your spaces, bro. Shout out to the squad. Pop Boys building.
Phantom, will you go host a space about your what was it, bro? Fuck. It was the combined Earth theory, bro. I think I remember correctly, right?
Oh, the unified Earth theory?
Yes, there we go. Yes.
That's still a real thing, man. We
My
still
man
dealing
got
in the
every
hypercube,
shape
even
in
though
that
it's a flat
unified Earth
hypercube.
theory. He got
Even though it's a
triangles,
flat
squares,
hypercube, you heard?
spheres.
Bro, you need to host a space on it, bro. Cause I ain't gonna lie, I'm really fucking with it for real. Cause it's like, dude, you have postulable evidence to support your claim, to support your position.
What's that dodecahedron Earth?
Dude, no, bro, he got like, dude. So his unified Earth, holy fuck, Phantom, bro. So like your unified Earth theory, you got the images of the Space Force. It goes into like a toroidal, and it goes into like a diamond, and it goes into like, bro, it's crazy. Like I need a space on.
We'll see, man. I be working like every day. I'm so damn busy. I never get a break, bro.
Yeah. So hey, I just wanted to, before I roll out, I know you guys are gonna wrap it up. So let me get this straight. So over the past 26 hours or however long it's been, y'all have covered, let's see, the Allais or Elias effect, covered how that would, if it was a proof of, if pendulums were a proof of the globe rotating, then the Allais effect would imply that the Earth rotates like 5% faster during an eclipse, which it obviously doesn't. Talked about laser interferometry and the failure to detect Earth's motion around the sun. Talked about the invariance in the speed of light and how it's known it's measurably not constant, and in fact even has anisotropy or variance with respect to direction of propagation.
C plus
Talked,
V.
it talked about how the speed of light can actually be exceeded via various superluminal effects and modalities. Talked about the the falsification of the wave particle duality of light, as well as um, the invalidation of the relativistic nature of matter itself. Talked about how classical effects and classical mechanics can be used to sufficiently explain things on a quantum scale if you so desire to. Um, Talked about satellites, propulsion mechanisms, and how they most likely actually work, and their methods and mechanisms of thrust. Talked about the toroidal geometry of the magnetic field on the Earth and how it plays a role in the perspective of a person standing on the ground with respect to their latitude, and how it controls which stars they'll see in their star field. It controls the inversion of the flip zone of the rotation of those stars and the stars you see in the southern hemisphere when you cross over the equator. Um, Man, what else did y'all? I wasn't here for some of the other stuff. I hope y'all covered a little bit about the nature of what is in the center. Y'all look for the Mason, for the Freemason symbology for the answers to that, right? The square and compass. It's all about the angles between the sun and the moon with respect to the equator, and Polaris in the center, and then the energy coming up out of the vortex that lights up the things in the sky. And then they got the globe on a pedestal on either side, and the Eye of Providence at the top, where it would be in the position of Polaris. Man, y'all covered a lot of stuff, and I know there's more stuff I wasn't here for, but this is a lot of stuff, man. It's a good broadcast.
Yeah, I
Thanks for
appreciate it, man. Every time I think about everything that we done did in the past 20 some hours, I'm like, damn, like it's episode 95. We still getting to it. And people is like appreciating the things that you guys are contributing. I'm getting so much like dope DMs, like, yo, who is that? I never heard that person before. Like, oh, bro, this is my first time here. Like, it's just a really good feeling, man. We came like off of a really abrasive week, in between these eclipses. And it was just really dope just to kick it with the gang, man, and just have a bunch of positive energy. Got to cook up a few globies, flat smack them around and stuff. But for the most part, man, it was a really, really, really dope build, man. If y'all want to catch anything, hey Piezo, if you want to, some of the things that you were breaking down, I recommend that you go to Alan's stream, bro, and clip that up. I don't know if you got like a YouTube or something, but go
Yo,
get that.
I PM JT timestamps every time PZO was doing it, so we're good.
Hell yeah. I was
Yeah,
thinking about that,
yeah,
man.
they'll be
God,
coming. Don't worry. The
Yeah,
mayor's
I got
on
this
it.
thing. Yeah, I got this thing, man. I'm not gonna have an online presence on this other than just the one that I need to come in and talk. I don't want to channel or any of that stuff, bro. But I'm more than willing to talk. I just don't want a big platform at all.
hey, bro, you always got a mic open over here, just so you know that. Anytime, every week, we right here with it.
Thanks, bro. Oh, yeah. Also, you talked about the sun and the moon, the nature of the sun, how it could not possibly be a big ball of gas because that would violate the laws of thermodynamics, and when if you roll the clock back to the formation of the sun, it would have never had the ability to form. How the heat capacity for the sun, as opposed to every other gas ever known for the history of mankind terrestrially, normally has a positive heat coefficient, right? Which would mean that as you increase the amount of gas in a gas cloud, you increase the capability of it to hold more energy. And as the energy increases, the temperature increases, because after all, temperature is just a measure of energy. And as the temperature increases, it expands, because hot air rises just like in your house, right? It expands, and cold air condenses, it gets more dense. But with the sun, that coefficient is actually flipped and made a negative, because they had to do that to make their math work, because they, in order for a star to form, they need the gas cloud to actually compress. So, but the consequence of that, that's like logic breaking, is that would necessitate that if it was true and it was a negative coefficient, then that would mean that as the star loses energy, it increases in temperature, and as it loses energy, or as it increases in temperature, instead of expanding, it compresses. So yeah, it's they got it all backwards. I talked about the moon. Stone was in here, right? When we talked about the moon and about the various spectra of the different wavelengths of light coming off the moon, and how specifically in certain ones like gamma, for example, the percentage of the total amount of light coming off that is from the gamma is vastly different than the percentage of the total light coming from the sun is gamma, which implies that it's not coming from the sun, because it should be a very similar makeup, and it definitely shouldn't be like concentrating a greater proportion of gamma rays as opposed to all the other. That it wouldn't even make sense, especially considering that, you know, the higher the frequency is of a particular wave, the usually the more susceptible it is to um, to issues with diffraction, things in the atmosphere that, you know, might mess with it. That's why, you know, AM radio and stuff so good, ham radio so good at like shooting stuff far. For now, that has some exceptions, of course, because, you know, you got like the whole quote unquote skywave thing that they say plays a part and enables that. But just in general, you know, you can't shoot stuff as far because any perturbations will mess with a higher frequency, whereas the lower frequencies won't. I don't know, man. This is, gosh, so much gravy, dude. Somebody needs to make a thread with like a summary of this, man. I'm telling you, you got too much gravy and sauce going on.
Man, you about to be doing our threads for the summaries from here on out. I don't know how you going off the top with this, bro. That's crazy. Yeah, we need to start incorporating that. That'd be dope, like a little summary at the end.
Recap.
Like, that'd be fine. That's a good idea. Make a note, Proud. Upload it to your cloud, Proud.
Took or no?
Yeah, there were so many.
The light synapses.
There were so many pieces I'd like to cut up from what I've heard so far, and I still have to go back and listen to all the gravy I missed. I actually cut out when I was talking this last time my phone went to sleep, but I think I went back and it pretty much said what I wanted to say about the authenticness and the vibration that goes with that. Just that it was also another attraction as far as like the common sense of it all. You also you feel that genuine frequency, I think, with people that talk, especially people like you know, like I said, Wits that are Pizio here, Alan, Toby, same. Like, it's so cool that they're like right here with us, and they're like pioneers in so many ways, in my mind. But I posted the gravy from Michael Brenner on the Alchemy. There's actually 3 links if anyone missed those. I don't know if I even tweeted it right because I'm on my phone and for some reason I dropped them. Did anyone else see them? By the way, just in case people can't be sleeping on Michael Brenner, just want to make sure. I should try to tweet it again right now. But every time I leave,
we need to find Brenner. Is he a real person? He needs to come to Twitter.
Michael Brenner.
He's
I've emailed him. Yeah, I've emailed him, and he's joined Discord, and then he's just been like producing more and more information ever since then. So I think he's just busy, you know, like diving deep into alchemy and a lot of these other things he's been talking about recently. But he'll come, and he says he wants to come on and talk with us. So I'm going to hold him to it. His time zone's a lot different though, and so when we try to figure out if he would be able to come for the 7 o'clock or 8, you know, time zone, didn't seem to work for him. So we'll have to figure out a way to get him on in the morning.
You're not talking about interferometry flight path guy, right?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, that's
Peace be upon flight interferometry guy. Peace be upon.
Yeah, we joked about having them actually the 2 of them talk, Michael Brenner and Who's your guy, Alan? Robert Bennett. Robert Bennett.
Oh, different.
Bennett and Brenner. Yeah.
She was talking about the other guy,
Okay.
but yeah.
Okay, yeah, Bennett. Bennett and Brenner, I think, need to hit it off at some point. That would be great. Because Brenner's full flat Earth and it's all in the middle of nowhere Earth. Stationary ball guy.
Hey, real
if
quick,
Benner-
PZO, we also, to add to your recap, we also found the Electron. It was in the lab frame the whole time. Yeah.
Dude.
There it was. There it
Hey,
was.
bro. Hey, if you get Bennett to flip flat, because he said it was a possibility. It's not that he is, but he's like not completely opposed to it, right? If you get Bennett to flip flat, then we'll have Witsit gets it, and we'll have Bennett to win it. He'll have to make his own platform,
Bennett
bro.
to win it.
No, he's a really smart guy, man. Like he's really good for like the geocentric movement, and it's like, man, if we could just get him over that hump to come to the full realization, man, he'd be a force, I think.
So what I'm saying, he needs to meet Brenner the winner.
Oh, dude,
my
this
gosh.
got new levels of lame, dude. I like that Dave just leaned into it and was like, "I'm jumping in, boys. Brenner the winner."
Why not?
All right,
Hey,
dude, I'm out
he
of
said
here
Bennett
for
to win
day
it.
or
He
something.
said
See you
Bennett to
guys.
win it. If he said
Yo.
Bennett to win it, I get to say Brenner to win it. Brenner the
Secret
winner.
crowd, you guys rock. Great episode. See you guys. I'm out of here.
Are you cutting your stream?
Stick in the
I'm
lab
going
frame,
to.
boys.
I'm going back to bed, man. I don't know how they did it. Shout out to them. I went to sleep, woke up, and I'm tired again.
Oh, you're gonna let it stream though, still, right? Or
No,
are you cutting it?
they're going to bed, bro.
Oh, everyone's. This is the end, huh?
Yeah, dog.
This
We're
is the
talking
end.
to the cyborgs.
Well, hold on. Wait.
All right.
Wait, hold on. I got a Hail Mary. All right. Like, so Harrison Smith and Whitsitt are gonna be doing this thing, right? And Harrison Smith blocked me because, like, while he was live, if you don't even know, like, Harrison Smith and Whitsitt are gonna do the thing, but you don't even know when. Like, what does Harrison Smith do? Do you even know? So he does a morning show, right, for Alex Jones on InfoWars. So I multiple times have tried to contact him. Like, so what I do is I send him a text strategically while he's on air, and it's worked multiple times where basically as soon as he takes his break, I figured it out. He checks his Twitter, and he's looking through his notifications, and of course mine pops up. Perfect timing, and multiple times I've got him, and he got me live on air. He's like, it's the second, the second pin post up there in the top, and I got him, and he's like, he was actually talking to some other flat earther, and this, it was almost kind of a joke, but like the guy was actually talking about like, oh, what's up with Alaska and Hawaii? They're like barely any distance apart, and all of a sudden one's really cold, one's hot. He's like, I don't know, man, it's flat. And he's like, actually, what? I've been assured that it's flat, and I'm working for NASA. He's got the globe behind me, so he like completely read my text, and I put that up there. So it's like basically what I'm asking here is a Hail Mary. I don't have no idea why he blocked me, but Harrison Smith blocked me. I mean, I was like,
All right. What was going on with that? We're gonna wrap it up tonight. Thanks to everyone for coming out. Appreciate all the love and support. See, what do we got coming up on Sunday? I don't think we're doing anything Sunday. Monday we have community event with Medicinal Mass Media. We'll be doing a Twitter space, Medicinal Mass Media. Check us out there on Monday. Tuesday, Shane will be doing a presentation on the tides. Thursday, we'll be doing a reading and research night. And we'll be doing a Flat Earth Friday on that following Friday. Join us for episode 96 next week, boys. Peace.